Across continents and centuries, without contact or common language, civilizations raised the same form, a pyramid. In Egypt, Mexico, China, Indonesia, massive steps toward the sky. Different hands, different tools, the same impossible geometry. Were they tombs, gateways, echoes of a forgotten science? Beneath the stone lie unanswered questions, chambers unopened, alignments to distant stars, carvings of gods descending from the heavens. There are no simple explanations, only patterns too consistent to ignore, and mysteries buried deeper than history admits. Tonight, we walk among these ancient monuments and listen for the voice that still hums beneath their stones. Let us step softly into a realm where stone and spirit converge, where geometry becomes a silent hymn echoing across continents and millennia. Picture the world as a vast tapestry of memory, each thread a civilization reaching skyward in the form of pyramids. From the windswept desert of Giza to the misty highlands of Java, from sun-washed plazas in Mexico to the arid Supa Valley in Peru, towers of stone arise again and again, whispering of a shared human longing that defies the boundaries of time and place. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid at Giza stands as a sentinel against the horizon, its stones layered with precision that suggests an understanding of mathematics and astronomy far beyond our expectations. By day, sunlight traces its faces. By night, starlight dances along its edges. Here, architects seem to have woven an astronomical calendar and a metaphysical portal into one monumental design. Its internal chambers and narrow shafts align with the stars, as if this pyramid were a bridge between the terrestrial and the celestial, an invitation to contemplate a cosmos alive with unseen currents. Half a world away, in the heart of what is now Mexico, the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan rises over broad avenues once trod by countless pilgrims. Shadows drift across its terraces as the sun arcs overhead, marking sacred dates and igniting the stones with luminous purpose. Its builders remain nameless, leaving no hieroglyphs to chronicle their deeds, yet their intention is clear: to map the heavens in earthbound form. The avenue that bisects this ancient city aligns with celestial events, a terrestrial echo of constellations that shimmer far above, reminding us that human hands have always sought to shape the firmament. Islanded in layers of volcanic soil, Gunung Padang in Indonesia emerges not as a single pyramid, but as a labyrinth of terraces and vaults concealed beneath rainforest canopy. Some say it predates known architecture by millennia, a submerged relic of an earlier sophistication. Stone after stone hints at a people who trafficked in geometry as sacred currency, who hoisted megaliths with methods now lost to our collective memory. Here, the earth itself enfolds the pyramid, as though the land remembers its own ancient ceremonies and has chosen to keep them silent for now, awaiting rediscovery. In China's Shanxi province, beyond the famed terracotta army, earthen mounds testify to emperors reaching for cosmic order. These pyramid-like hills are blanketed in grass and time, yet old legends insist on their ties to celestial mandates. Each burial mound aligns with cardinal points, as though charting an invisible network of spiritual passageways. The emperors who ordered these constructions believed themselves guardians of a cosmic equilibrium, and the very shape of their tombs was drawn from a universal blueprint, the same three-dimensional echo that shaped the pyramids of distant cultures. Caral, perched above the desert sands of Peru's Supa Valley, presents pyramids older than any in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Here, a gentle hum of ancient devotion lingers where stone platforms once bore ceremonial gatherings. In a civilization untouched by warfare, pyramids served as stages for a society bound by shared belief. The steep sides beckoned priests and pilgrims upward, carrying offerings and prayers into a vaulted sky. In their simplicity, these structures speak of a community's yearning for unity, an early realization that the soul of a people can be etched into broad tiers of stone. All these monuments converge upon one mysterious form. Why did separate societies, ignorant of each other's existence, choose this precise geometry, a broad base that narrows to a single point? Some modern thinkers propose that this shape arose from instinctive encounters with nature, the way hills and mounds naturally appear, the way volcanic cones and river deltas shape themselves into stable forms. Yet the uniformity across so many environments feels more than accidental. It hints at a universal whisper of sacred geometry that stirred the human mind, a silent script written in rock and angle. Even the choice of materials reveals a dance between environment and intent. Egyptian limestone and granite, Corral's local sandstone, Teotihuacan's volcanic rock, Gunung Padang's basaltic slabs, each landscape offered its own palette, yet each culture sculpted that raw material into a kinship of form. Mastery of quarrying, of transportation, and of precise placement marks a collective elevation of spirit as much as of stone. In every quarry lies the echo of human persistence and the question of why so many hands, across unconnected continents, learned to craft an identical silhouette. Beyond material, these structures share an ongoing dialogue with the heavens. Cardinal directions, solstices, equinoxes, rising stars. Stones were laid according to calendars older than any surviving chronicle. The Great Pyramid's sides align within minutes of true north. At Chichen Itza, the sun's rays carve a serpent of light down the steps of the Temple of Kukulkan. Angkor's grand pyramidal temples form alignments with solstitial sunsets. In China, burial mounds follow the cycle of the moon. To build with celestial purpose was to root human life in the cycle of creation and decay, to touch, through structure, the grand cosmic pattern. Among these silent testimonies, we detect another current: resonance. Certain chambers, like the King's Chamber in Giza or the burial vaults in Malta and Peru, hum when struck or when certain frequencies fill the air. Some theorists speak of these spaces as sonic amplifiers, places where sound becomes ritual tool and perhaps energy source. We might imagine chanting priests whose voices awakened hidden resonances, an ancient form of sound healing or consciousness expansion. Whether myth or reality, such tales invite us to consider pyramids as more than tombs. They become living instruments tuned to the vibrations of earth and sky. Even beneath the visible exteriors, secrets lie hidden. Gunung Padang's inner core reveals man-made cavities concealed by volcanic soil. Tunnels snake beneath Egypt's Giza plateau, and remote sensing hints at chambers within the Teotihuacan pyramids. Technology teases at these voids, but many remain sealed, their echoes muted by layers of stone. What might lie within? Archives of lost lore, repositories of sacred objects, or rooms charged with energy long forgotten? Each forbidden or unexplored door deepens the allure, reminding us that the pyramid's story is ongoing. And then there is the mystery of origin. Some pyramids predate the civilizations we credit for them, suggesting older hands at work or earlier lineages whose names have vanished. At Göbekli Tepe, pillars arranged in circular motifs date back to a time before farming. yet their alignment gestures toward prehistoric constellations. Could an even older culture have bequeathed architectural seeds to later peoples, planting the pyramid pattern in the soil of collective memory? Or was this shape an instinctual expression, an archetype arising wherever human imagination encountered the sky? In many cultures, pyramids appear fully formed, without a documented evolutionary sequence of crude prototypes. From Egypt to Teotihuacan, the first monumental efforts arrive with astonishing sophistication. The Great Pyramid was built with polished casing stones and precise internal corridors from the outset. Teotihuacan's builders laid out their city on a cosmic grid from its beginning. How did this leap occur across seas and deserts without the gradual learning curve we expect in architectural traditions? The suddenness veers toward the extraordinary, hinting at lost bridges in our historical map. To these edifices, legends of sky beings and star ancestors cling like morning mist. The Dogon speak of the Nomo descending from Sirius. Hindu Puranas tell of Devas, who rode in celestial vessels. Mayan codices describe the arrival of feathered serpents from the heavens. Sumerian tablets chronicle the Anunnaki descending upon Eridu. While scholars debate literal interpretation, these myths converge at pyramid sites worldwide, weaving a tapestry of cosmic visitors imparting knowledge. Whether symbolic or factual, they invite reflection on humanity's enduring sense of being touched by something beyond the mundane. Governments and archaeologists sometimes shield pyramids from view. Delayed excavations in China, restricted surveys in Indonesia, sealed tombs in Egypt. Official reticence fuels speculation. What discoveries lie buried beneath bureaucratic silence? Lost chambers, caches of artifacts, inscriptions recording a language we cannot yet read? Each sealed entrance becomes a threshold of promise and frustration, reminding us that history is partly hidden by those who wield power and partly obscured by time itself. As the stones settle into place, we glimpse a code, an enigma that pulses with both legacy and possibility. Was the pyramid a global legacy inherited from a progenitor civilization predating all others? Or does it spring from the collective human instinct, an imprinted longing to mirror the cosmic mountain on which gods reside? Perhaps it was neither one nor the other, but a threshold of consciousness that humanity rediscovers each time we sense our connection to the stars. Contemplating a pyramid in person is to stand before a silent oracle. Its geometric purity invites the mind to quiet itself, each line and angle coaxing us toward deeper reflection. A hush descends, erasing temporal concerns as we touch the rough-hewn stone and sense its resonance in our bones. In that moment, the boundary between researcher and worshipper blurs, and we become part of an ancestral chorus, voices carried on the wind across deserts, jungles, and plains, whispering that the universe is written in angles and light. Here we find a universal language, etched in stone, speaking without words. Each corner, each chamber, each alignment is a syllable in a cosmic lexicon. Builders across the world tapped into this grammar, crafting messages of unity, transcendence, and hidden knowledge. To read these inscriptions is to learn the vocabulary of an ancient conversation, one that calls us to remember not only what civilization once knew, but also the vast potential that still sleeps in our own hands. Pyramids stand, too, as metaphors for personal ascent. Their broad base represents the foundation of human experience, our culture, our senses, our earthly needs, while their tapering summit suggests the narrowing path of spiritual focus. To climb a pyramid is to engage in a ritual of transformation, step by deliberate step, toward a point where sky and stone converge. In this way, every pyramid becomes a mirror of the inner journey, inviting each visitor to ascend beyond the familiar toward an apex of self and universal unity. Yet the message is not only spiritual, it is also practical and communal. These structures demanded collective effort, millions of hours of labor, coordination of resources, and shared vision. They testify to the power of societies brought together by a single purpose of human beings aligned in common cause. In their shadow, we feel both humbled by our ancestors' achievements and encouraged by the realization that humanity can still coalesce around grand ideals. Across the ages, pyramids have been woven into modern imagination, appearing in novels as portals to other dimensions, in films as repositories of secret technologies, in video games as stages for cosmic revelations. They continue to inspire artists, writers, and thinkers, suggesting that their message resonates in every generation. Even in our rational age, we cannot resist the pull of their geometry, nor the suggestion that hidden truths lie within those sealed stones. In meditation, practitioners often visualize the pyramid's form to harness its symbolism, a focus of mind and spirit converging at a single point of clarity. Some create small-scale pyramids to channel energy, to enhance concentration, or to facilitate inner journeys. Whether in grand scale or humble miniature, the shape remains a tool for bridging the finite and the infinite, inviting the meditator to align with a blueprint older than recorded history. Of course, decoding the pyramid's full message is a challenge. Centuries of weathering, political agendas, scholarly disagreements, and gaps in the written record obscure the original intent. Our attempts to understand require we blend archaeology with metaphysics, hard data with intuition, scholarly caution with imaginative openness. Each discovery becomes a piece of a vast puzzle, reminding us that the quest is as important as any conclusion. And so we stand at the threshold of knowledge and mystery, gazing at these monoliths of possibility. They beckon us to keep questioning, to keep exploring the interplay of stone and spirit, geometry and myth. The path before us stretches as endless as the sky above their summits. In honoring their silent grandeur, we honor our own capacity for wonder, for creation, and for the eternal conversation between earth-bound lives and the cosmos that cradles them. Across the silent sweep of human history, a singular architectural impulse emerges in sacred ruins and forgotten cities. A longing to ascend, engraved in stone as terraces rising toward the divine. From the desert sands of Egypt to the jungles of Cambodia, from Mesopotamian plains to the highlands of Mesoamerica, the step design endures like a whisper from remote ancestors, inviting us to ponder why so many civilizations carved staircases to the sky. These tiered structures, distinct from the smooth faces we often imagine when we think of pyramids, reveal a shared fascination with ascent, a blueprint that transcends locale and epoch. As the dusk of certainty yields to the night of inquiry, we walk slowly up the worn treads of memory, guided by ancient voices speaking across millennia of loss, longing, and luminous mystery. Our first footsteps lead us to Saqqara, where the step pyramid of Djoser rises in quiet, austere dignity. Built in the 3rd millennium BCE under the visionary hand of Imhotep, it stands as the world's earliest monumental stone structure. Here, tier upon tier ascends like a primordial ladder, each mastaba block stacked in deliberate cadence, echoing a cosmic hymn of creation. In ancient Egyptian myth, before time itself, only the boundless waters of Nun existed, and from them emerged the primeval mound, the Benben, where life and light first took shape. Djoser's pyramid may embody that mythic mound, each layer echoing the sacred rise from watery chaos toward the realm of eternal light. Yet beyond this mythic framing, we sense a deeper enigma. Why did Imhotep and his patrons choose this stepped form, rather than the smooth-faced ideal that would come later? Perhaps they knew something lost to time, a knowledge that linked stairs to spirit, every level a portal, every ascent a rite of renewal. Leaving the Nile's whispering echoes, we find ourselves in the cradle of civilization, where the ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamia rise like colossal tiered altars. In the city-states of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria, these stepped monuments crowned gods' dwelling places, believed to forge a bridge between earth and heaven. The ziggurat of Ur, erected for the moon god Nana, and the towering Etemenanki of Babylon, perhaps the Tower of Babel of biblical memory, embody a universal yearning to approach the celestial order. Each terrace seems to beckon the divine with careful symmetry, a grit-laden stairway for priests to ascend in ritual observance, a living axis mundi linking human devotion with cosmic presence. And yet, beyond the well-preserved records of burnt bricks and inscribed clay, we find only subtle hints of the ziggurat's deeper purpose. Were they merely temples magnified? Or did their stepped design serve as cosmic calendars, acoustic chambers, or energy amplifiers calibrated to solstices and equinoxes? We may never know, but the hush of those ancient stones encourages us to keep listening. Deeper into the tangled heart of the Khmer Empire, shrouded by emerald canopy and shifting shadows, stands Khor, a remote capital crowned by a striking seven-tiered pyramid. Built under Jayavarman IV in the 10th century CE, its solitary terraces ascend like a colossal lotus, each level precisely aligned with cardinal axes and celestial bodies. As dawn's light touches the jagged edges of stone, we glimpse hints of complex astronomical knowledge, the sun's rays falling perfectly upon specific corners on solstice mornings, cosmic codes inscribed in ley lines visible only from distant vantage points. Yet Khor's mystique surpasses its scientific precision. Pilgrims who once climbed its rises may have seen the world transformed into mandala patterns of earth, water, and sky. Every footstep pressed into eroded blocks would symbolize the soul's journey toward cosmic union, a deliberate choreography of stone, spirit, and starlight. Here, we begin to sense that the step design was not only a language of power or an imprint of mathematical feats, but a living text in which rituals, myths, and the mysteries of consciousness found expression in sculpted geometry. Far to the west, in the high plateaus and tropical valleys of ancient Mexico and Guatemala, Mesoamerican peoples likewise embraced the stair-step form, crafting temples that soar into the firmament. At Teotihuacan, the Pyramid of the Moon and its companion, the Pyramid of the Sun, rise in measured tiers, their vast platforms offering panoramic views of an ancient city laid out in celestial grid. In Palenque, the Temple of the Inscriptions crowns its funerary crypt with tertulia of terraces, each step narrating fragments of dynastic memory and ritual reenactments. For the Maya and their neighbors, these pyramids were stages for theatrical ceremonies, astronomical observations, and offerings to deities who dwelled among the stars. Yet beyond the spectacle of ritual, they embody a metaphysical architecture, each stair a threshold between worlds, each ascent a symbolic shedding of earthly burdens. As dusk closes in, we can imagine torchlight dancing up the steep flights, priests in headdresses chanting invocations that echo along aligned avenues, ancient echoes of a quest to transcend the visible horizon and touch the realm of gods. Underlying all these expressions lies a potent symbolism, the staircase itself as a pathway to divinity. In cultures separated by oceans and deserts, the act of climbing has been imbued with profound significance, a ritualized enactment of inner transformation. Each step, carved in basalt or limestone, becomes an invitation to let go of mundane attachments, to move from the shadow of the material towards the radiance of the transcendent. Whether in the dusty courtyards of Egypt or the mist-wreathed hills of Cambodia, ascension meant unburdening the soul, reorienting the self to cosmic harmonies often hidden from earthly view. At the summit, the initiates, kings, priests, or chosen seekers, would stand in direct sight of the sky, offering incense or bloodletting under the canopy of constellations. It is in these momentary thresholds, poised between earth and ether, that the step design reveals its deepest purpose. Not merely as a means of conveying weight or space, but as a living symbol of spiritual journeying, etched in stone for countless generations. Rituals centered on these stairs anchored entire communities around a shared vision of sacred pilgrimage. Regular processions along steep flights formed the backbone of religious life. Festivals timed to agricultural cycles, solstice gatherings, and rites of kingship that reaffirmed cosmic order. On designated days, caravans of worshippers would ascend in single file, their footsteps echoing in chambers designed to amplify chant and drum. The stepped forms, in their acoustical qualities, became resonant chambers, raising sound like incense smoke, carrying it beyond human hearing into the spheres above. We can imagine the priests positioning themselves at precise points where acoustics peaked, unleashing tonal waves that shimmered through stone, melting boundaries between speaker and sky, subject and spirit. In these enigmatic sonic architectures, the step design itself became an active participant in the dialogue with the divine. The mastery of these tiered edifices is a testament to ancient ingenuity. Armed with basics, chisels, ropes, wooden sledges, rudimentary surveying tools, ancient builders shaped monumental stones with geometric precision that still astonishes modern architects. They aligned each terrace with cardinal directions, calibrated angles to mark equinox and solstice, and proportioned every flight to reflect ratios found in nature. The golden section, harmonic series, and Pythagorean triples. Yet beyond mathematical virtuosity, these builders wove cosmological understanding into every corner. Steps carved to echo the steps of planetary motion, terraces matching the cycles of lunar phases, orientations attuned to stellar risings. Each construction site became a laboratory where art, science, faith, and community converged in a single, ascending statement, a form so enduring that it recurs on continents separated by oceans, time, and language. The universality of the step form provokes speculation about ancient networks of exchange, whether by trade caravans, migrating peoples, or the slow drift of ideas spread by wandering priests and merchants. In an era before mass communication, how did the concept of tiered ascension traverse great distances? Some scholars conjecture that caravans moving between Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley might have carried bricks stamped with step motifs. Others point to similarities in astronomical calendars that suggest shared observational traditions. Even more tantalizing is the notion of transcultural spiritual catalysts, visionary individuals who journeyed from one realm to another, leaving behind oral teachings that inspired local craftsmen to transmute ethereal wisdom into stone. In this view, the step design is less an isolated invention than a diffuse echo of collective human yearning, imprinted over centuries into the world's sacred architecture. Legends and myths grew around these stairways, weaving them further into the tapestry of human imagination. Egyptian texts tell of staircases to the sky trodden by gods and pharaohs, leading to celestial thrones beyond the horizon of living memory. Maya codices depict world trees whose branches form tiers of creation, mirrored in temple staircases ascending from underworld to heavens. Hindu Puranas speak of Mount Meru, a cosmic mountain at the universe's center, whose contours are matched in step temples of South Asia. These stories, though woven in disparate tongues, share a common thread: that any stone stairway is a conduit for gods, ancestors, and aspirants venturing between visible and invisible realms. They remind us that myths, like architecture, are structures of the collective psyche, carved and recarved until they become inseparable from the very stones themselves. In some traditions, these stepped forms evoked the organic patterns of nature: terraced fields rippling across mountain slopes, the layered growth of sacred grove trees, even the strata of geological time. Temples in Cambodia are flanked by jungle gardens whose paths spiral upward through tiers of foliage, linking the living greenery with the dead stone above. In Central America, plantings of maize and cacao replicate the temple's terraces, forging an intimate bond between human cultivation and spiritual cultivation. This synthesis of organic and constructed ascent underscores a profound recognition that life itself unfolds in stages, each layer essential to the whole. To climb a temple stair was to enact the cycles of growth and renewal inherent in the world of plants, animals, and human souls alike. This theology of ascension permeated courtly life as well. Rulers who commissioned step temples did so to affirm their divine mandate, to embody spiritual elevation as much as political power. In Egypt, the pharaoh's pyramid was both tomb and staircase, sealing his mortal remains while affording his spirit an eternal route to the gods. In Mesopotamia, king priests ascended ziggurats to perform rituals that ensured the cosmos remained balanced, their presence atop each terrace a living symbol of cosmic stewardship. Across continents, god-kings harnessed the architecture of ascent to shape both worldly authority and otherworldly vision, entwining the fates of their people with the staircases they built. In every carved step, one hears the faint echo of monarchs asserting that their right to rule was buttressed by cosmic will. Yet within these grand edifices, practical needs also found expression. Some storehouses hid behind terraces, defensive bastions crowned platforms, administrative offices occupied sheltered chambers. The step design's layered construction offered not only spiritual pathways, but pragmatic benefits: platforms for agricultural rights, vantage points for surveillance, and adaptable spaces for seasonal festivals. This duality, an interplay of the sacred and the mundane, speaks to an ancient vision of life that did not separate governance from worship, economy from cosmology. Humans lived and labored within the stepped temples, their daily routines intertwined with seasonal observances, as the rise of the sun and the phases of the moon shaped both calendars and consciousness. Every stair was a reminder that the visible and invisible realms were coexistent realms of action and reflection. Beyond physical functions, the tiers of stone carried metaphysical resonance as thresholds between states of being. Each platform could represent a stage of initiation, separation, purification, illumination, for those who undertook sacred journeys. In certain Mesoamerican rites, novices were blindfolded and guided up the darkened terraces, emerging at the summit into blinding sunlight that symbolized spiritual rebirth. In South Asia, tantric practitioners circled step temples in prescribed patterns, their movements echoing mantras until the stones themselves were said to hum with divine presence. Such rituals hint at a sophisticated understanding of psychology, a recognition that spatial progression could mirror inner transformation, that the body's ascent could catalyze shifts in perception and soul. Seasonal cycles found their mirror in the stepped architectures as well. Ceremonies marking solstices, equinoxes, planting, and harvest unfolded along defined staircases, merging communal celebrations with universal rhythms. In Mesoamerica, the descent of the sun into the western horizon aligned with staircase shadows that crept down terraces like serpents, inaugurating ceremonies to renew the world. In Mesopotamia, the arrival of spring's first full moon was marked by ascents to ziggurat platforms, where offerings of grain and goat were made to assure bountiful seasons. In each of these rites, the step design became the stage for cosmic renewal, a communal enactment of the perpetual dance between death and rebirth that animates both nature and spirit. Through all these myriad incarnations, the step design stands as a global phenomenon, a testament to humanity's shared impulse to connect earth and sky, flesh and spirit, the mundane and the miraculous. We find it in the battered terraces of Gunung Padang, where Indonesian stones echo lost layers older than any recorded memory. We see it in the Borobudur stupas that rise in concentric terraces toward central shrines of cosmic lotus. We sense it in the medieval step temples of South India, each level signifying one of the siddhis, the spiritual powers that monastics sought. Whether by independent invention or by ancient channels of transmission, the tiered form recurs like a refrain woven into the symphony of human endeavor. As modern explorers, archaeologists, metaphysicians, dreamers trace the faint footpaths along these ancient steps, they piece together splinters of knowledge, CT scans that reveal hidden cavities, carbon datings that recalibrate chronologies, inscriptions that murmur of forgotten rites. Yet, more often than not, the stones themselves remain mute beyond the heat of summer noon, their messages encrypted in forms we have scarcely begun to decode. The task of reawakening these silent staircases is both scientific and spiritual, requiring a readiness to blend empirical method with visionary reverence. It is an invitation to ascend once more, to tread the thresholds between worlds with humility and wonder. In our own era, the echoes of the stair-step motif endure. In contemporary art, in tattooed spirals on human flesh, in solstice gatherings beneath monolithic replicas, spiritual seekers build mandalas and labyrinths that trace the geometry of ancient terraces, weaving community rituals around each tier. Architects revive stepped gardens and terraced public spaces to rekindle that old dialogue between earth and sky. Through these gestures, we recognize that the step design is not merely a relic of bygone kingdoms, but a living symbol in the human psyche, an emblem of ascent, integration, and the ceaseless desire to touch the transcendent. We close this meditation at the base of those worn staircases, where moss and memory interlace, where every ridge and hollow carries a story of ascents both physical and spiritual. In stepping back from these stones, we carry within us the imprint of human yearning, to climb ever higher, to commune ever more deeply with the mystery that lies beyond the tangible world. The step design remains a testament to that universal impulse, an invitation etched in stone that still calls to us in the hush between heartbeats, urging us to rise, reflect, and embrace the boundless sky. In the hush of twilight, mountains have whispered to humanity's deepest yearnings, standing as silent sentinels at the edge of the earth and sky. Their jagged silhouettes have inspired folklore and ritual, stirring something elemental in the human spirit. From the snow-capped peaks of the Andes to the scarred summits of far-off continents, these natural elevations became more than landmarks. They were living altars, doorways to realms unseen. As cultures gazed upon their heights, they perceived islands among the clouds, stations closer to the sun, and expressions of divine will. Out of this reverence, people did not merely revere mountains, they craved to build them anew, fashioning man-made elevations to touch the heavens themselves. The Andean highlands became a tapestry woven with stories of Apus, the mountain spirits believed to safeguard villages and fields. Each summit carried its own personality, a sovereign among clouds, bestowing rain or famine based on offerings made at crumbling altars. Inca priests would ascend terraced slopes at dawn, leaving woven bundles, coca leaves, and carved figurines of gold. They believed that through these gestures, the mountain itself would bend its will toward the people. Even the stone structures they crafted bore witness to this sacred dialogue. Temples and terraces meticulously oriented toward the peaks, as though echoing their silent requests. These man-made slopes rose like prayers into the sky, evoking the living essence of Apus in every carved block. Far to the north, in the Valley of Mexico, the Aztecs beheld Coatepec, the Hill of the Serpent, as the cradle of creation itself. Legend holds that here the god Huitzilopochtli emerged from the womb of the earth, vanquishing jealous deities as his first footsteps imprinted sacred destiny upon the land. This myth was not simply recited at fireside, it was enacted in stone. The grand basalt steps of their pyramids ascended in concentric tiers, each level an echo of Coatepec's sacred slopes. Priests clad in plumed headdresses would march upward in ceremonial procession, their chants intertwining with the rising sun. In crafting these monumental stages, the Aztecs forged a tangible link between birth, sacrifice, and the very ground upon which their empire stood. Across dense forests in Southeast Asia, the Khmer built a mountain of stone they called Angkor Wat, their devotion rendered in sandstone. To them, it was a replica of Mount Meru, axis of the cosmos where gods convened. Its tiered terraces soared above moat and marsh, a silent invitation to pilgrims who navigated causeways like braided rivers of faith. Each carved lintel and bas-relief depicted dancers, deities, and legends entwined with nature, evoking the language of the divine. Ascending its steep galleries, one felt the hush of eternity, the air cool with reverence. In time, this man-made summit became both classroom and cathedral, where each step was a meditation on cosmic order and each carved panel a prayer in stone. In the subcontinent that holds the reaches of the sacred Ganges, temples rose to echo the fabled Mount Meru, dwelling place of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Pilgrims would circumambulate sanctums and mount narrow staircases, feeling each stone underfoot as a rung upon the ladder to enlightenment. From the smallest shrine to the grandest pyramid, Architects transcribed ancient texts into blueprint and masonry, laying out squares within squares, circles within circles, all converging at a central tower. Here the heavens seemed to mingle with lit incense and flickering oil lamps. The temple was not mere shelter. It was a diagram of the universe, a stone mandala through which one could navigate from courtyard to cosmic center, from material to divine. There is an inherent longing in humankind to ascend, to draw nearer to the sky's hush. As day dissolves into starlight, an urge stirs in our chests, a subtle pull upward. Tall towers, jagged mountain passes. These are the thresholds we test, as though elevation itself might unlock a finer thread of consciousness. In building stepped pyramids and towering sanctuaries, ancient minds fused this yearning with craftsmanship, weaving spiritual metaphor into each ascending block. To climb was not merely to conquer gravity, it was to traverse the map of the soul, each platform a station of meditation, each terrace a breath in the larger unfolding of inner landscapes. Across distant epochs, civilizations equated height with holiness. The ziggurats of Mesopotamia jutted into the sky like colossal stanchions, greeting the rising sun with burnished angles. In Egypt, the step pyramid was a stairway carved from sheer confidence, its form echoing the Ben stone, the primordial mound from which all life sprang. These edifices were not silent monoliths. They spoke in vertical language, proclaiming ambition of spirit and community. Height became a symbol of connection, a ladder of stones bridging earthen realms with celestial domains, echoing an innate quest to touch that which felt forever just beyond reach. The Aztecs looked beyond Coatepec to the cloud realms where Tlaloc, the rain deity, held his court. He governed cycles of drought and deluge, wearing serpents in his hair and eyes of turquoise water. Farmers prayed at altars placed high on pyramidal summits, offering jade and maize to coax down the precious rains. In sculpting fountains, channels, and cisterns beneath their temples, they mirrored Tlaloc's watery abode, integrating sacred hydrology into urban design. Each carved face of the pyramid recalled curling serpents or raindrops, a visual hymn to a god whose favor meant life or death. These structures stood as both beacons and vessels of divine moisture, reconciling elemental forces within the heart of the built world. Deep within temples, circular patterns of stone and mosaic unfolded like cosmic flower petals. Mandalas, with their intricate geometry, celebrated symmetry and balance. In Buddhism and in Hindu traditions alike, such designs were more than decoration. They were diagrams for meditation. When architects laid out pyramid bases in concentric rectangles and circles, they echoed this tradition, blending vertical ascent with mandalic symmetry. Walkways traced sun patterns, corridors opened toward cardinal points, and altars occupied geometric centers. Practitioners found themselves both outside observer and integral participant, moving through the mandala as through a living text, their steps tracing the sacred geometry that underpins the rhythms of the universe. The tapering silhouette of a pyramid has always held remarkable sway over human imagination. Its wide base seemed to anchor civilization to solid ground, while its apex pierced the sky in quiet triumph. In every culture that adopted this form, it served as a conduit, a device for channeling prayers, offerings, and consciousness from earthbound soil into cosmic spaces. The gradual narrowing of terraces distilled the world's energies upward, guiding sight, breath, and spirit toward a central point. Each structure became a three-dimensional metaphor, from the foundational struggles of existence at the broad corners to the summit's promise of wisdom. Each level unraveled another fold of sacred knowing. In lands as far apart as the Egyptian sands, the jungles of Yucatan, and the grassy plains of Angkor, the builders of pyramids shared an uncanny precision in orientation. They tracked solstices and equinoxes, charted the movement of Orion's belt, or aligned chambers to cardinal winds. At dawn, during the winter solstice, sunlight would penetrate hidden shafts in the Great Pyramid, illuminating niches long sealed. In the Mayan temple at Chichen Itza, the play of light and shadow rendered undulating serpents along stone balustrades. These celestial conversations turned stone into timekeepers and sky maps, ensuring that the rhythms of day, night, and season were woven into the lives of those who dwelled in their shadow. To ascend these man-made heights was to undertake a pilgrimage woven deep into the fabric of community life. Crowds gathered at dawn to begin the winding journey upward, their footsteps echoing the ancient stories etched into each step. The climb was a blend of physical exertion and spiritual readiness, a rhythmic procession where each platform offered moments of quiet reflection and communal chant. At the summit, pilgrims paused, gazing across hundreds of miles, breathing in the union of stone and sky. In that hush, they felt their individual impulses merge with the collective heartbeat of centuries, drawing sustenance from wellspring mythologies and the promise of transcendence that these sacred peaks offered. Every pyramid housed within its foundations the grand narrative of its builders, a cosmovision cast in stone. For the Maya, hieroglyphs and bas-reliefs depicted creation myths, celestial serpents, and the struggles of gods and heroes. In Sumer, the ziggurat's towering form embodied the Enuma Elish's mound of heaven and earth. Angkor's galleries carried dance friezes that mingled Hindu epics with Khmer history. These monuments were not silent edifices, but encyclopedias of belief, telling stories in shifting sunlight and carved shadow. One could read the chronology of cosmic epochs, the succession of divine realms, and the moral codes of ancient kings simply by tracing a finger along the carved basins and reliefs designed to endure eons. In every mountain sanctuary, there existed a desire to echo the patterns found in the natural world. The layered strata of a distant cliff face, the ridged contour of a desert mesa. Such forms inspired architects to replicate nature's blueprint in stone. These man-made mountains embraced the same archetypal shapes that stirred awe in prehistoric hearts. By channeling the contours of Earth's own sacred structures, builders believed they could harness the planet's deeper energies. The result was not mimicry, but synergy, an architecture that felt as though it had always belonged in the landscape, a testament to humankind's aspiration to become co-creators with the wilderness rather than mere conquerors of it. The creators of these monumental forms understood that their labors would only resonate if aligned with rivers, hills, and stars. Temples rose at river bends sacred to flooding cycles. Pyramids crowned outcroppings bathed in seasonal light, and causeways linked spring-fed lakes to ceremonial courtyards. This interplay with topography spoke of an intimate awareness that the world was alive, a breathing cosmos in which every stream and boulder carried spirit. Through harmonious siting, they affirmed their own place within the living earth, forging a bond of mutual respect. In their hands, architecture became ecological prayer, a seamless dance between stone and soil that whispered of interconnected destinies. Beyond spiritual passageways, these man-made mountains served practical roles as cosmic calendars. Alignments with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar standstills allowed temple priests to mark seasons essential for planting and harvest. At dawn on precise dates, shafts of light would bisect temple halls or slide down staircases, signaling the turn of a new agricultural cycle. Festivals then followed, honoring the sun, the moon, or ancestral deities in choreographed rituals. These structures transformed timekeeping from mundane record into sacred performance, weaving communal life into the fabric of celestial dance. As the heavens traced their arcs, so too did the pulses of societies rise and fall in perfect correspondence. In shaping stone to replicate cosmic principles, ancient builders wove duality into their designs: day and night, masculine and feminine, creation and destruction. Some pyramids featured pairs of shrines devoted to opposing aspects of deities: sun and moon, earth and sky. Light and shadow played upon ascending terraces, creating dynamic interplay that shifted with the sun's path. These contrasts invited pilgrims to contemplate life's inherent polarities and the harmony that emerges when balance is honored. By embedding duality in the structure itself, architects offered a space where visitors could witness the dance of opposing forces and perhaps glean insight into their own inner harmonies. Sacred geometry lay at the heart of every man-made mountain, its invisible grid guiding the placement of every block. From the golden ratio's subtle harmony to the precise angles that captured the sun's rays at solstice dawn, these monuments were built according to mathematical wisdom as old as civilization itself. Craftsmen measured in cubits, in sacred numbers gleaned from star charts or philosophical treatises. They believed that by inscribing cosmic proportions into stone, they could infuse the structures with living energy. The process of quarrying, cutting, and setting each block became a meditative ritual, a holy act that merged human intention with the silent rhythms of the universe. At the foot of every stairway and within each sacred chamber, rituals enacted ancient dramas. Priests donned robes dyed in sacred pigments, candlelight flickering over elaborate masks, as they recited mythological narratives that blended history and heaven. Animal and sometimes human offerings were made to honor the gods, to sow seeds of harmony between mortal realms and celestial courts. Each chant, each incense trail echoed in stone corridors built to carry sound like living breath. The once still architecture became an active witness, a partner in ceremonial choreography where myth came alive and the veil between worlds thinned to a mere curtain of vapor. Light itself was a principal actor in these dramas of stone. Pyramids were oriented so that on solstitial mornings, when the sun slipped between two monoliths or slipped through a narrow slit, it created luminous symbols on interior walls, serpents of flame, avian halos, the profile of a king. These ephemeral illuminations transformed granite halls into living dioramas, sacred theaters where daylight wove through columns like strands of gold. Worshippers gathered in hushed wonder to witness these celestial projections, feeling the presence of the sun god in every shaft of brilliance. Through such orchestrations, architects demonstrated a profound grasp of solar mechanics and an innate sense of light as divine language. Even the roar of human voices and the resonance of music were shaped by pyramidal acoustics. In certain chambers deep within the stone, low chants would reverberate in pulsating waves, merging with the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath. Archaeologists now uncover ancient amphitheaters where ceremonies echoed in perfect intervals, the bees' hum and temple gong merging into a single echo. The ancients knew how to craft cavities and vaults to modulate frequencies, believing that sound itself could heal, transform, and elevate. Though time has stilled these tones, modern researchers piece together fragments of lost harmonies, glimpsing the buried science of sacred sound that once filled these man-made heights. Stone is patient yet eloquent. Its silent facades envelop whispers of dialogues long past, inscriptions half eroded yet still resonant with meaning. In the quiet hours, when wind stirs the grains of sand across weathered steps, one might imagine hearing the breath of architects who shaped each corner. Glyphs and petroglyphs bleed into shadowy reliefs, telling stories of rituals, processions, and the toil of countless hands. Every chip and cavity carries fragments of intuition, an invitation to listen deeply. Those who approach with reverence find themselves coaxed into a conversation across centuries, where silence becomes the medium through which ancient minds impart enduring mysteries. Time has shrouded the identities of countless artisans and planners whose genius gave birth to these monoliths. Their names may lie buried beneath layers of rubble, yet their spirit endures in the snug fit of stones and the seamless gradations of slope. They harnessed natural quarries and rudimentary tools with an understanding that eludes many modern minds. Each block seems to murmur secrets of lost techniques: rammed earth cores, copper chisels, wooden pulleys, reminding us that human creativity knows no bounds when guided by conviction. To marvel at their work is also to honor their memory, to acknowledge that our capacity for wonder stands on the shoulders of these invisible giants. In our age of satellites and steel skyscrapers, a quiet resurgence of interest in sacred geometry has taken hold. Workshops, books, and digital simulations invite seekers to re-engage with proportion, pattern, and the hidden mathematics that shaped pyramids and temples. People erect small replicas in gardens, sketch intricate mandalas in sketchbooks, or meditate on the Fibonacci sequence. This renaissance reflects a yearning to reconnect with ancient archetypes, to experience again the humility and awe that arises when human craft aligns with cosmic law. In these modern explorations, we may rediscover not just aesthetic harmony, but a deeper sense of unity with the silent architects who once revered stone as living scripture. And so, when we stand before these ancient summits carved by human hand, we confront more than architectural feats. We touch the pulse of spiritual aspiration that has echoed across millennia. These man-made mountains remind us that height can be measured not only in meters, but in the depth of consciousness. They evoke a voice that calls us to ascend, not solely upward in space, but inward toward stillness and wonder. Each tier, each chamber, each shaft of light bears witness to a truth older than any empire, that within every human heartbeat lies the yearning to transcend, to merge our fleeting lives with the enduring rhythms of earth and cosmos. Here, in these solitary stones, we glimpse the sacred elevation of the soul. May their silent grandeur inspire new pilgrimages of mind, guiding each of us toward the inner peaks where humility and awe converge in the stillness of being. In their shadow, we rediscover our capacity to dream, to build, and to heed the quiet summons of our own hidden heights. In the gentle folds of West Java, amid the soft green hush of bamboo groves and the distant chorus of cicadas, lies the enigmatic site of Gunung Padang, a terraced labyrinth of stone that seems to breathe beneath the canopy's shade. Here, Beneath a carpet of moss and vine, archaeologists have peeled back layers of earth to reveal construction phases that stretch deeper into prehistory than any written record admits. One stratum after another speaks in silent tongues of hands, shaping megalithic blocks, of ancient architects whose names and purposes are lost in the currents of time. Radiocarbon tests suggest building campaigns unfolding across millennia, as if successive cultures hewed their own dreams into the hill, stacking memory upon memory. Seen through an esoteric lens, each tier may be more than an engineering feat. It becomes a mandala of stone, a cosmic ladder invoking symmetries of the heavens. Some scholars propose alignments with solstitial sunrise, while others sense an energetic resonance pulsing through the bedrock, vibrations that once carried ritual chants and celestial meditations. Every weathered block, every hidden corridor, whispers of a time when science and spirit converged seamlessly, when a mountain was not merely shaped but soul-forged. As shadows lengthen across its terraces, the hill seems to murmur its secrets to those who will bend low enough to listen. Leaving the tropical warmth behind, our journey drifts northward to the rolling hills of Bosnia, where the valley of Visoko rises like an undulating testament to controversy. Some insist these rounded summits conceal the largest pyramids on Earth, their perfect slopes buried beneath millennia of soil and forest. They speak of squared edges and cardinal alignments so uncanny they must bear witness to deliberate design. Satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar have, in their telling, revealed subterranean tunnels, lacework, and chambers echoing with ancient footprints. Critics, however, counter that nature alone can carve astonishing symmetry, telluric forces shaping sedimentary strata into shapes that only human perception can label as intentional. Yet this debate only deepens the valley's allure, drawing seekers who refuse to accept simple explanations. Whether formed by water, wind, or human hands, these hills stand as canvases onto which we project our yearning for hidden wisdom. The very idea of a buried pyramid urges us to question what we accept and what we deny, beckoning us to peer beneath the surface and grapple with the fine line between geology and geometry. Far across the Pacific, in the heart of Mesoamerica, the earliest Mayan ancestors erected platforms that seemed to grow directly from the earth. Beneath their grand plazas lie older mounds, layered and recast like palimpsests of stone and dirt, suggesting that these pyramids did not rise from blank ground, but were born from the land itself. In that realization, we glimpse a world view where hills and temples share one essence, each man-made crest an extension of the living earth. The Mayans, attuned to celestial cycles, carved steps and facades aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and Venus's mysterious passages. Yet unlike the monoliths of later epochs, these initial forms feel organic, structures that emerge rather than impose. This interplay between natural eminence and human creation blurs boundaries, hinting at a sacred ecology where architecture channels earthly energies as surely as worshippers channel divine intent. Some argue these sites served as resonant nodes in an earth grid, amplifying prayers and astronomical observations in equal measure. Such theories remind us that for ancient eyes, the horizon was not a line dividing sky and ground, but a fluid threshold where spirit and matter intertwined. We trace a lineage that winds through Europe's ancient mounds. Newgrange in Ireland, its white quartz facade aglow with dawn's first light, and Gavrini's in Brittany, its inner chamber etched with spirals and enigmatic symbols. These tumulus temples transform simple hills into cosmic sanctuaries, aligning stone passageways so precisely that once each year, the rising sun pierces the darkness and floods sacred chambers with golden radiance. Here, too, we sense that Earth's swell was never just an accident of geology, but an invitation to communion with celestial cycles. Further west, in North America, serpentine earthworks curl along riverbanks, crafting monumental coils that can only be appreciated from heights no longer accessible without aerial vantage. The Serpent Mound of Ohio, with its sinuous spine pointing toward lunar standstills, embodies a spirituality anchored in the land's own rhythms. These earthen sculptures speak of creation and destruction, cycles of life and death, inscribing myth into the hills themselves. Across continents, this impulse recurs, to elevate probabilities into forms that evoke cosmic resonance, aligning the human heart to a universal pulse. As our eyes trace these contours, we confront the uncanny artistry of nature herself. Strata layered by time, mountains carved by tectonic whispers, river sediments stacked in near-perfect harmony. Geology possesses a slow hand and an unhurried intention, shaping landscapes that mirror the formal elegance of human design. We might imagine that early architects encountered these symmetric hills and saw in them the blueprint for their own creations, that the Earth's primordial fractals inspired the golden ratios and spirals they later imprinted in adobe and limestone. Yet humans did not simply mimic, they transmuted. They lifted rocks to forge altars, reimagined valleys as canvases, and through ritual and sweat transformed common mounds into consecrated grounds. In this alchemical process, earth became temple, hill became threshold, and each layer of soil stood as both medium and message. The act of building was an act of harmonizing spirit and matter, weaving the mountain's raw energies into the tapestry of human aspiration. Beneath these hills, more mysteries stare back. Ground-penetrating radar and muon detectors have illuminated labyrinthine networks of chambers and shafts, hidden cavities that no casual eye sees. In places like Giza's Queen's Chamber and the Osiris Shaft, acoustic resonances hint that these voids may have been more than tombs, perhaps sanctuaries for sound or conduits for subterranean energies. At Gunung Padang, researchers recently uncovered stone columns sunken deep in volcanic rock, arranged in concentric circles like ripples frozen mid-motion. And in the Visoko Hills, boreholes have revealed man-made layers too regular to be purely natural. Each discovery peels back another veil, inviting us to ponder why these underground spaces remained sealed, hidden from every passing civilization. It seems there was an intention to conceal as well as to reveal, a paradox of revelation woven into every pillar, every cavity. And yet, each new finding reminds us how much remains uncharted, how Earth's deeper strata hold messages in stone and soil, urging us to excavate not just rock, but understanding. Navigating the archaeology of these hidden works requires patience and an open mind, for the evidence rarely conforms to neat categories. We unearth fragments of pottery alongside unweathered megaliths, misfit blocks carved with symbols that appear in far-flung cultures. As we sift through the soil, we discover footprints of forgotten legacies, radial patterns echoing from India to Mexico, serpent motifs carved in Peru and Ohio alike. These recurring motifs seem to be runes etched in the earth, hieroglyphs that defy linear translation, yet speak across millennia. In the spaces between certainty and doubt, we find threads of continuity that tie distant societies to a shared mystery. Each ambiguous artifact becomes an invitation to question not only our history books, but our very assumptions about progress, technology, and the nature of human ingenuity. In these subterranean puzzles, the past and future converge, urging us to consider what other secrets lie buried, waiting for the gentle stroke of discovery. Even more tantalizing are the forgotten texts whispered to lie entombed beneath those silent hills. Inscriptions on clay tablets, scrolls on papyrus sealed in stone chambers, codices encased in jars whose mouths have never been pried open. Such repositories may hold sacred hymns or star charts, earthly archives of celestial lore. Legends tell of initiates who ventured into secret galleries and emerged in luminous visions, transformed by glimpses of cosmic patterns. Though most of these stories remain cloaked in myth, they persist as hints that the ancients recorded knowledge in forms designed to endure beyond the erosion of roof beams and the decay of wood. What strata of wisdom might we unseal if given just enough time and reverence? Across these hidden landscapes, an invisible network emerges, a cartography of sacred topography where peaks, mounds, and pathways stitch together a map not of roads but of ritual, not of trade but of transcendence. Each rise and hollow echoes with faint harmonies, waiting for a listener attuned to the geometry of sky and earth. In some traditions, the hills themselves served as keys to decode planetary movements. In others, they were stages for rites that aligned individual consciousness with the cosmic order. To walk these lands was to traverse a living manuscript, each step distilling a verse of the universal song. In our age of digitized maps and GPS, it is easy to forget that before highways, there were holy routes crisscrossing continents, pilgrimages marked by cairns and menhirs, each directed toward sky temples hidden within hills. Reviving these ancient harmonies calls for more than excavation. It asks for an anthropology of invisible monuments, honoring the sacred spaces imprinted upon our collective psyche, yet absent from museum halls. These invisible monuments dwell in belief, practice, and the silent rituals of dawn and dusk, offerings to sacred mounds, hushed prayers at solstice alignments, the communal pulse of dancers moving in circular patterns atop flattened summits. Though stones crumble, these practices endure in subtle ways, echoes of processions, lullabies sung to newborns beneath starry vaults, the steady rhythms of harvest festivals timed by observing the light through a slit in a burial mound. Such traditions embody a continuity that defies the fall of empires, reminding us that for many, hills have always been more than earth, each one a keeper of ancestral oaths. Among these testaments of stone, we sense hierophanies, material manifestations of the sacred, where the divine intersects the mundane. In a chamber carved beneath a low mound, the whisper of wind through a hidden corridor might sound like an oracle. In a sunlit opening, a shaft of light can illuminate a carved symbol as precisely today as it did thousands of years ago. Such moments confirm that architecture was not merely functional, but a language, a set of gestures that called down cosmic energies and invited human response. Some modern seekers describe these experiences as a resonance between the body's own vibrational field and the deep pulse of the earth, an alignment that transcends explanation, yet remains undeniably real to those who feel it. In exploring the subterranean lines that thread beneath continents, we follow a labyrinth of discovery, courses traced by ancient surveyors, by migrating tribes, by traders who exchanged not only goods, but star knowledge. These corridors, whether carved in rock or worn into soil by caravan wheels, act as spiritual conduits, guiding the curious into realms of contemplation. To step into such a tunnel, is to step outside ordinary time, for the darkness seems to contract and then expand around the flicker of a torch, turning each heartbeat into a drum of remembrance. The visible mounds and hills, then, are but the prologue to a deeper narrative. Beyond their obvious shapes lie fractal patterns of antiquity, self-similar designs repeating at every scale, from spiral carvings to soaring ziggurats, from coiled earthworks to concentric circles of stone. These patterns reflect a cosmos conceived as infinite and interwoven, where the microcosm of a grain of sand echoes the macrocosm of a spiral galaxy. To recognize such fractals in ancient architecture is to glimpse the seeds of mathematical insight encoded in religious devotion, where each step up a pyramid's angle was also a step into sacred geometry. And so, after wandering through these hidden foundations, we confront the eternal imprints left by countless hands across countless ages. In every carved block, every buried passage, we hear the refrain of humanity's desire to touch something greater than our brief lives allow. These structures, half-buried hills, sunken temples, lost chambers, beckon to us not merely as monuments of stone, but as living legacies inscribed upon the earth itself. They ask us to pause, to attune our hearts to rhythms beyond clocks, to remember that the true measure of time may lie in the slow accretion of purpose, in layers of belief woven into soil and structure. If we choose to listen, we become part of a conversation extending back to the artists who stacked those ancient stones, to the mystics who whispered secrets in pitch-black vaults, to the stargazers who aligned corridors with celestial bodies. In so doing, we honor not only their ingenuity, but the shared impulse that makes us human, to transform Earth into a temple, life into a ritual, and time itself into a tapestry of meaning. So let us tread softly upon these buried foundations, mindful that each step connects us to buried voices and distant constellations, guiding us toward a deeper harmony between the world we build and the mystery that builds us. Under a sky unchanged for millennia, stone guardians rise in silent homage to the stars. Across deserts and jungles, across tundras and mountain highlands, human hands shaped earth and rock to echo the heavens. Pyramids and temples stand as midwives to night-long dialogues between mortal breath and cosmic expanse. Each axis, each angle, each polished edge trembles with the memory of measured gazes cast upward. There is no hurry, no proclamation, only a hushed invitation. Wanderers of the present, bend your ear to the stones and listen to the story of your ancestors' affection for the sky, a tale braided from geometry, ritual, and a longing both earthbound and ethereal. On the Giza Plateau, the Great Pyramid's four sides face the cardinal winds as if drawn by some unseen compass. Its builders traced true north, not by crude estimations, but by the silent transit of Polaris and the subtle dance of circumpolar stars long before sextants marked maritime horizons. Here, shadow and sunlight converge, creating invisible lines that weave geometry into belief. In this cosmic choreography, Orion, the constellation of Osiris, served as a celestial threshold, guiding the departed on their voyage beyond dusk. So precise is this alignment that for a fleeting moment each year, the pyramid's edges seem to cradle the horizon, anchoring both stone and soul to a path of starlight. Half a world away among the Yucatan forests, El Castillo at Chichen Itza traces the sun's steps with carved brilliance. As equinox light spills, the pyramid's balustrade casts 7 slithering tracings, evoking Kukulkan's descent. In those minutes, people witnessed a living myth: shadow as serpent, stone as stage, and sky as storyteller. This quiet spectacle occurs without trumpets or crowds of thousands, only the patient alignment of sun, masonry, and myth threading into a narrative older than any chronicle. Through this interplay, the Maya transformed astronomical observation into sacred theater, inviting nature itself to perform the rites that bind humankind to the cycle of dawn and dusk. In the heart of Cambodia, Angkor Wat emerges from flooded galleries as a reflection of Mount Meru, sacred axis of Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. When equinox light molds its avenues, the temple seems to breathe in rhythm with solstice suns and lunar silhouettes. Every window frame aims at celestial milestones, mapping the path of Draco's slow glide and the solstice sun's furthest tilt. Such alignment whispers of a mind attuned to both stone's permanence and sky's shifting palette. For its ancients, the heavens were not distant abstractions, but living companions, coded into corridors where monks once meditated, their chants resonating with the planet's silence. Whispers of the four cardinal directions thread like a mantra through continents and ages. North, south, east, west. These primal points offered orientation not only for travelers but for temples and tombs. Aligning along these axes meant more than directional clarity. It harmonized with Earth's magnetic breath, weaving human dwellings into the planet's own resonance. From Giza's pyramid fields to the Maya's coastal temples, from Inca terraces atop Andean heights to Chinese burial mounds of Xi'an, the compass became a spiritual instrument, a sacred cord binding the terrestrial to the celestial, the finite to the infinite. Here, stones stand as silent compass needles pointing toward the universal heart. High in the misted Andes at Machu Picchu, the Temple of the Sun captures solstitial light with almost surgical precision. On the summer solstice, dawn's first rays pierce its carved windows, sliding across stones polished by centuries of wind. These beams reach predetermined niches, illuminating ceremonial altars in silent ceremony. The Incas, whose golden reflections often met the horizon's ascent, found in solar cycles a guide for both agriculture and afterlife. Here, astronomy folded into daily life, as priests read the sun's course like scripture, each glimmer of gold speaking of rebirth, sustenance, and the eternal dance between shadow and flame. Far to the east, the burial mounds of Xi'an rise like earthen sentinels aligned along axes that mirror the pole star's path. These rounded hills whisper of emperors seeking cosmic approval, their tombs arranged in grids echoing the heavens' ordered rotations. The landforms resonate with yin and yang, blending practical respect for feng shui with a devotion to cosmic balance. In the hush of ancient pines, one can almost hear the wind recount how these mounds followed cardinal lines, merging imperial authority with celestial law. Each hill became both a monument to rule and a meditative altar where Earth's heart and sky's pulse converged. Teotihuacan unfolds in the Valley of Mexico like a stone manuscript inscribed with sky lore. Its broad avenue, now called the Avenue of the Dead, points toward the distant peaks, yet also aligns with solar rising at particular times of year. The pyramids of the sun and moon stand as punctuation marks, marking solstices and eclipses that shaped Teotihuacanos' vision of cosmic cycles. Archaeologists still debate the full meaning behind this city's celestial blueprint, but one reality remains clear. Each building, plaza, and pathway was positioned with intention. Here, urban planning and astronomical observation merged into a single act of devotion, as if the city itself were both observatory and temple. Behind many of these alignments lies a deeper reverence for geometry, that silent language of the spheres. The golden ratio hums in the proportions of sunrise windows, the square root of two murmurs through pyramid steps, and the circle's mystic number pi resonates in temple pillars. Ancient builders, whether Vedic priests, Mayan astronomers, or Egyptian geometers, seemed to recognize that numbers were more than measurements. They were hymns echoing in the architecture of existence. Through these proportions, stone and sky found common melody, hinting at an unseen order that binds microcosm to macrocosm in a timeless embrace. In the arid plateau of Nazca, slender lines carve earthly diagrams visible only from above. Spanning kilometers, these geoglyphs, depicting hummingbirds, spiders, and geometric forms, align with solstices and star risings, functioning as astronomical registers. As the wind erodes surface dust, their images endure, silent tributes to the stars that guided desert wanderers. No wheels marked these shapes, only feet and stakes, guided by night's map. The Nazca lines transcribe the sky upon the landscape, reminding us that sacred alignment was not confined to pyramids, but extended to grand canvases under the sun's watchful glare. Even in the rolling fields of Wiltshire, a circle of stones rises to mark summer's high day and winter's low sun. Stonehenge's trilithons cast elongated shadows at solstices, framing the horizon in ritual precision. Visitors standing in its midst become participants in an age-old performance where stone and sky converse in shadow and light. Though its origins remain elusive, the monument shares a kinship with distant pyramids, a desire to anchor human experience within the vast rhythm of celestial motion. Here, in British grasslands, one hears the echo of cosmic awareness, a silent hymn reverberating through chalk and barley. Back in Egypt, the dark hours are punctuated by the rising of Orion, mirrored by Giza's southern shafts. To the pharaohs, Orion's faint belt signaled Osiris's journey, and pyramids became star chariots transporting souls across the heavens. The alignment was so potent that the earth itself seemed to pulse in unison with those pinpricks of light. Inscriptions refer to a throne on high, a cosmic dais to receive the departed. Thus, pyramid and constellation fused, forging a bridge where tomb met tapestry of stars, and where mortality flirted with eternity in the hush of desert nights. Across oceans, Aboriginal Australians mapped the Southern Cross in sand and song, weaving constellations into dreamtime narratives. Their star maps guided seasonal migrations, told of ancestral beings, and preserved environmental wisdom. Though not carved in stone, these celestial alignments resonate with the same human instinct found in pyramid fields: to mirror sky upon earth, to fix a fleeting world into patterns that endure. Beneath the gum trees, elders still recount how the cross's orientation marked ceremonies, harvests, and rites of passage, reminding us that cosmic orientation need not require masonry. It courses through the bones of cultures living under open skies. In eastern woodlands of North America, the Hopewell and Adena peoples sculpted earthworks, ceremonial mounds, whose angles echo solar risings and lunar standstills. Amidst river valleys and oak groves, these grassy embankments once formed processional avenues aligned to starlight. Summer solstice fires atop earthen platforms would have glowed toward key points on the horizon, signaling community celebrations tied to celestial rhythms. Each mound became a living clock, each trench a pointer to cosmic time. In their grassy folds, the builders inscribed sky lore into the land itself, an archival imprint of seasonal ceremonies where earth, sky, and spirit converged. Venturing on to the Pacific, Polynesian navigators, wayfinders of boundless seas, read star maps as if reading pages of an open book. Constellations guided them between atolls, each island's visibility tied to specific celestial alignments. In their double-hulled canoes, these mariners carried spiritual compasses, for they believed the stars were ancestral guides. The same impulse that placed pyramids in harmony with solstices propelled them across thousands of nautical miles. In every corner of the globe, the sky's silent patterns became both map and myth, uniting architects of stone with navigators of wave in a shared cosmic tradition. Back in Europe, Newgrange in Ireland greets winter's dawn with a slender beam of light that penetrates its hidden chamber only at the solstice's peak. For days around December 21st, dawn's glow travels along a trench, traverses a roof box, and breathes life into an inner sanctuary. This fleeting illumination ascribes magic to both structure and season, a hushed ceremony where darkness yields to hope. In those moments, ancient communities experienced the rebirth of light, embedding seasonal change into mortal hearts. One feels, within those silent stones, the ancestors' hushed anticipation and the promise of return, carved into time itself. Far to the south, the pyramids of Meroe stand in Nubia, their eroded peaks aligned with the night's procession. These slender, steep-sided monuments echo Egyptian predecessors but sing in a distinct key, oriented not only to cardinal points, but also to southern constellations. Kushite priests and kings worshipped celestial patterns as guardians of their afterlife, weaving local cosmos into familiar shape. Under desert skies, their pyramids radiate quiet defiance against time's erosion, continuing to point skyward, declaring that even in shifting sands, human intent can sculpt a conversation with eternity. Archaeoastronomy, the gentle science of sky watchers past, peels back layers of time to reveal how ancients measured sunrises, charted star cycles, and carved their findings into stone. Through field surveys and celestial simulations, researchers reconstruct the dates when solstices aligned with pyramid steps, when lunar standstills gilded temple walls, and when planetary conjunctions lit up temple courtyards. Each discovery affirms what stone whispers. These alignments were neither random nor purely decorative. They reflect a profound cosmic literacy, an intimate relationship with the sky that blended observation, ritual, and construction into a single act of devotion. Beneath every alignment lies a mythic narrative. In Egypt, the tale of Isis searching for Osiris's scattered body guides modern explorers through shafted corridors. Among the Maya, the maize god's ascension is mirrored in pyramid tiers painted in ochre. In Ireland, the weave of Brigid's flame finds expression in Newgrange's hearth. Across China, the celestial dragon dances along burial mounds, mapping imperial dreams onto the Milky Way. Such myths animate stone and shadow, turning architecture into storybook and cosmic patterns into living lore. They remind us that in every alignment, humans projected their deepest longings onto the sky and invited the universe to speak back. Where water gathers near ancient walls, reflections create a mirrored sky. Pools around Angkor's moats turned temple spires into inverted constellations. At Teotihuacan, occasional rains carve transient mirrors across plazas that align with dawn's light, forging dual observatories grounded in earth and illusion. In Mexico's cenotes, starlight dances on still waters, reaffirming the cosmic dialogue. By revering reflections, builders acknowledged that heaven and earth need only a single frame to touch. these watery mirrors become portals, thresholds that collapse distance between the stones of a pyramid and the stars above. Taken together, these alignments compose a cosmic symphony, a grand allegory in which stone, star, and spirit play harmonized roles. Each pyramid, circle, and mound acts as an instrument tuned to celestial frequencies, offering humanity a means to hear the universe's silent music. The slow rotation of Earth, the annual pilgrimage of solstices, the cyclic return of lunar phases, these became rhythms for ritual, coordinates for architectural devotion. In listening to that music, ancient cultures acknowledged their place in a woven tapestry of realms, from dust to dawn, from soil to sky. This story of skyward architecture also speaks of interconnectivity. Though oceans and mountain ranges separate these cultures, they share a unifying impulse: to reflect the cosmos in their physical world. Perhaps this is not proof of ancient contact, but rather a testament to a universal spark within the human spirit. Everywhere, when humans lift their gaze to the night, they find patterns they feel compelled to honor. Whether by carving pyramids of limestone or molding dough into ritual shapes for festival fires, the impulse remains the same: a desire to align inner worlds with outer heavens. Today, scholars and spiritual seekers alike pursue these alignments, blending rigorous measurement with contemplative wonder. Archaeoastronomers use drones and satellite imaging to measure azimuths with millimeter precision. Mystics meditate beneath shadowed lintels, seeking attunement with cosmic energies. Both approaches invite us to reconsider divides of science and spirituality, logic and intuition, evidence and reverie. In silent fields at twilight, modern pilgrims retrace ancient paths to witness solstice light shimmer on stone ledges, discovering that these alignments remain alive in human consciousness, inviting fresh communion with the same stars that guided our forebears. Even in our neon-lit cities, pyramidal forms in architecture and digital graphics echo lost alignments. Corporate logos mimic the golden ratio. Civic monuments stand true to cardinal bearings. Artists build installations that only reveal their geometry under solstice skies. Though the ancient sky feels remote, its pattern endures in the human psyche, surfacing in memes, art, and architecture. In a single photograph of sunrise through a modern glass pyramid, one glimpses the same conversation between stone and sun, between awareness and wonder, that first captivated far-off ancestors centuries ago. As the Earth continues its silent waltz with sun, moon, and stars, these cosmic alignments remind us of our shared heritage and enduring curiosity. Pyramids and temples stand as testimonies to a dialogue that spans continents and epochs, a whisper that even stone must bend to destiny's compass. They guide us to look upward with reverence, to measure our own lives by solstice suns and star passages. When we stand in their shadows, we join a lineage of makers who pressed their aspirations into earth and cast their hopes toward the heavens, forever pointing the way to mysteries that await in the silent spaces between stars. In the gentle hush of midnight reflection, we wander through vaulted corridors of stone, our footsteps softened by time itself. There, in the silent interplay of light and shadow, geometry reveals its hidden language, bridging the tangible and the ineffable. These ancient forms, carved from living rock or laid in perfect courses of brick, hint at an understanding that reached beyond the practical demands of shelter or ceremony. Instead, they pulse with a resonance that entwines mathematics, spirituality, and cosmic rhythm. Each angle and ratio whispers of a world where number and spirit were inseparable, where sacred geometry was no mere calculation, but an expression of divine harmony. As we allow our minds to drift among these monumental shapes, we become attuned to the pulse beneath the stones, a quiet heartbeat of proportion that binds earth to sky. In that moment, geometry itself takes on a life force, an echo of creation's first breath encoded in the precision of mortared joints and the sweep of inclined planes. Across continents and centuries, one structure towers above all in its mathematical majesty, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Its grand silhouette, visible even in the desert's shifting sands, aligns with a precision that seems impossible for its age. The ancient Egyptians, masters of ceremony and observation, embedded within its form the constant we call pi. By dividing the base's circumference by twice its height, we glimpse the value of pi as though the pyramid's very symmetry was a cipher for eternity. Yet even more striking is the golden ratio, the irrational number symbolized by phi, woven into the pyramid's proportions. It appears in the slope of its faces and in the relationship between height and half the base's length, evoking the same harmonious balance observed in seashells and sunflower spirals. In that measurement, the builders did not erect a mere tomb. They fashioned a testament to the universe's hidden order, a physical manifestation of cosmic elegance that predates Pythagoras and Euclid by millennia. Such divine proportions were not confined to Egypt's sands. Far to the west, beneath the vast Mexican sky, the city of Teotihuacan rises in equally sublime geometry. The Pyramid of the Sun, its largest monument, follows a grid of measurements derived from the so-called Teotihuacan unit, a length that governed the distances of temples, plazas, and causeways. In this silent city, symmetry orchestrated processions and ceremonies, guiding the footsteps of pilgrims toward the celestial. The same module appears again and again, as if carved by a single hand across generations. Scholars marvel at how builders aligned these massive platforms with the cardinal directions, tracking solstices and equinoxes with uncanny accuracy. Every axis and avenue becomes a hymn of proportion, chanting the mysteries of time and space in stone. In the hush between structures, one can almost hear the echo of ancient craftsmen whispering their measurements like mantras, anchoring the city in both earth and sky. In distant India, another lineage of sacred proportions blossoms within centuries-old Vedic temples. There, the principles laid out in the Vastu Shastra guide the shape and orientation of sanctuaries devoted to myriad deities. By weaving the golden ratio into doorways, courtyards, and inner sanctums, architects aspired to craft a microcosm of the cosmos itself. The temples rise as vertical mandalas, each chamber a chamber of cosmic resonance. Pilgrims moving through these carved arches experience a subtle gravitational pull toward the divine center, guided by proportions that mirror the universe's own blueprint. From the altar to the Garbhagriha, every measurement echoes a verse of creation, enabling worshippers to step across thresholds of perception and glimpse the infinite tapestry woven beneath the everyday world. Even in simpler forms, the knowledge of irrational numbers, such as square roots, surfaces in the design of pyramids. In Giza's Great Pyramid, the diagonal of each face reveals the square root of 2, an elusive value that hints at deeper mysteries of proportion. When measured from corner to apex, the relationship between edges seems to conform to this root, suggesting that ancient builders recognized more than right angles. They perceived the subtle language of irrational lengths. This same language whispers through megalithic sites in Europe and tiled chambers of the Maya, where room proportions and stair angles reflect square roots of 3, 5, and beyond. In every instance, these values blend the precise with the mystical, as though numbers themselves carried a resonance capable of bridging stone and spirit. Long before Pythagoras gave his name to the theorem of right triangles, these principles may have blossomed independently among builders at the dawn of civilization. Across Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Mesoamerica, the idea that a squared plus b squared equaled c squared appears in the layout of walls, the alignment of corridors, and the framing of doorways. This universal theorem, inscribed unwittingly or by shared counsel, became the bedrock of stable construction and harmonious design. By applying these simple yet profound relationships, ancient architects ensured that towering forms remained steady against wind and earthquake. Yet beyond mere stability, the presence of these right-angled truths hints at an empirical mathematics born from keen observation and careful measurement under a sky that promised both danger and wonder. The pyramid's cardinal alignments speak further of a mathematical mind that never strayed from the heavens. In Giza, the sides of the Great Pyramid face almost perfectly north, south, east, and west, deviating by mere minutes of arc. At Teotihuacan, the avenue that bisects the complex aligns with the rising sun at a specific solar event, marking the agricultural cycles vital to the city's prosperity. In Angkor Wat, later medieval architects mirrored these practices, orienting their temple mountain toward equinox sunrises that danced across relic lakes. Such alignments suggest that ancient people conceived their creations as living calendars, structures that breathed in cosmic cycles and exhaled rituals in return. Their mathematical mastery entwined the Earth's rotation with human ceremony, a union of geometry and theology that elevated mere buildings into cosmic instruments. Within the heart of these somber monuments, one discovers a labyrinth of geometric motifs, a tapestry of repeating patterns that enthrall the eye and mesmerize the mind. Spirals echoing the Fibonacci sequence, tessellations of interlocking triangles, and fractal divisions of square and circle adorn chambers and facades. These labyrinthine designs invite contemplation, as though each turn and intersection constitutes a step on an inner pilgrimage. In the hush of the corridors, one may sense that these patterns were not applied for decoration, but as doorways into altered states, symbolic maps of creation itself, guiding the seeker from multiplicity toward unity. Walking among these motifs is to trace the veins of the cosmos, each line an echo of universal unfolding. Numbers emerge time and again as silent guardians of meaning. 3 stands for creation, balance, and unity, present in triadic deities of land, sea, and sky. 4 signifies stability, a foundation built upon the cardinal directions or the 4 corners of the earth itself. 5 resonates with life's renewal, mirrored in the star shape of human anatomy or the petals of a flower. In the dimensions of pyramids, these numbers recur in ratios of base to height, in the spacing of pillars, and in the sequence of ascending steps. By embedding numerology into stone, ancient builders spoke in a language beyond words, encoding spiritual truths into forms that time itself cannot erode. As sunlight filters across a coiled staircase or illuminates the spiral of a capital, we glimpse the presence of the Fibonacci sequence in nature's endless forms, and perhaps in the mind of the architect. Each number in the series unfolds from the sum of the two before it, generating the golden spiral familiar in nautilus shells and unfurling ferns. If prescient minds noticed this pattern in the living world, might they then have inscribed its grace into human spaces, shaping walls and pathways according to nature's own growth code? To tread these corridors is to step in harmony with primordial rhythms, echoing the heartbeat of creation itself. Circles, too, held sacred status among ancient architects. Their curvature speaks of unity, infinity, and the cyclical dance of seasons and stars. Within pyramids, circular chambers sometimes appear, echoing the celestial vault overhead. When the ratio of circumference to diameter aligns with pi, it suggests not accident, but intention, a deliberate invocation of the circle's perfection. To build a circular well, a rounded chamber, or a dome of stone was to evoke the uninterrupted arc of existence, an affirmation of life's unbroken cycles. In some corners, mathematics took on the quality of sound. Numbers became notes, ratios transformed into intervals, and geometry itself was conceived as cosmic music. Ancient texts compare the harmony of spheres to musical chords, suggesting that proportions woven into stone might resonate like the strings of an invisible instrument. The resonant frequencies of underground chambers or sealed rooms, where sound echoes with uncanny clarity, suggest a purposeful crafting of acoustic chambers. In these spaces, geometry becomes a sound generator, a vessel for a music that might be heard not by ears alone, but by the soul. Fundamental to all these forms is the triangle, the simplest polygon carrying layers of symbolic weight. Three sides unite to form a whole, a meeting of unity, balance, and ascent. The pyramid itself is born of triangles, each face a ramp toward the heavens. Across cultures, triangles mark the interplay of earth, water, and fire, the union of spirit, mind, and body, or the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. In the mathematical symmetry of isosceles and equilateral triangles, ancient architects found metaphors for divine completeness. Beneath the patterns and proportions lies a geometric codex, a silent lexicon for decoding the cosmos. By studying the proportions of base to height, the orientation of axes, and the spacing of chambers, modern seekers unravel messages attuned to universal laws. Shared motifs from Egypt to Mexico, India to Indonesia, speak of a common whisper, an echo of a wisdom that transcended language and geography. These coded patterns invite each generation to translate them anew, bridging ancient mysteries with our evolving understanding of science and philosophy. Across vast distances, the resonance of sacred geometry suggests universal principles, whether emerging from a lost progenitor culture, independent convergences of curious minds, or an innate human impulse to mirror cosmic harmony. The pyramids of Giza, the stepped platforms of Teotihuacan, and the temple mountains of Angkor all echo the same mathematical themes. In their repetition, we glimpse an archetype of form that may dwell in the deepest reaches of collective consciousness, a latent template guiding human creativity towards the sublime. One of the most elusive riddles is the ancient quest to square the circle, a challenge that tantalized mathematicians and mystics alike. To fashion a square with the same area as a given circle using only compass and straight edge was seen as an alchemical feat, a metaphor for reconciling the finite with the infinite. Traces of this pursuit appear in subtle ratios of pyramid bases to inscribed circles, as though architects contemplated the paradox of unity within multiplicity. of the unbounded contained within boundary. When numerology intertwines with geometry, mathematics becomes a vessel for mystical exploration. Numbers gain personalities as they repeat in chamber dimensions or align with sacred stars. Tenfold plans echo cosmological completeness. 32 chambers resonate with human faculties, and 64 divisions map the phases of creation. These numerical patterns mirror the cycles of moon and sun, of breath and heartbeat, transforming stone into a chronicle of cosmic rhythm. Viewed through a broader lens, ancient mathematics emerges not just as a technical toolkit, but as an expression of cultural identity and cosmic affiliation. In each culture's numerical conventions, we discover shared values, order, harmony, and the aspiration to bridge matter and spirit. Geometry shaped their cities, temples, and tombs, reflecting a worldview where the laws of mathematics were an extension of divine principle. The medieval concept of the quadrivium, 4 paths of knowledge spanning arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, reminds us of this ancient integration. We see its echoes in pyramid complexes that unify measurement, celestial alignment, and acoustic resonance. Such interdisciplinary unity suggests that ancient builders were not specialists, but holistic thinkers, weaving multiple strands of knowledge into a single tapestry of stone. Across epochs, the recurrence of advanced mathematical principles hints at a collective genius, a synchronicity that defies mere coincidence. Independent cultures converged on right triangles, irrational ratios, and numerological symbolism, as if guided by a hidden current of inspiration. This mathematical synchronicity reveals the depth of human cognition and the possibility of a shared wellspring of insight that transcended time and place. Astronomy and geometry danced together in the hands of these ancient architects, tracking solstices, equinoxes, and the movements of stars. They translated celestial cycles into terrestrial form. Pyramids become stone calendars, monuments that mark seasonal rites and cosmic milestones. In aligning their structures with Orion's belt, the Pleiades, or the Milky Way's dusty bands, builders composed stellar maps that invite us to read the sky from the earth below. Today, scholars and spiritual seekers slip quietly into these stone halls, aiming to rediscover the mathematical wisdom encoded within them. With modern tools, laser scanning, satellite mapping, spectral analysis, they unveil measurements obscured by millennia of wind and erosion. Yet in this pursuit, they also honor the ancient impulse to blend empirical inquiry with reverent wonder, recognizing that geometry and mysticism were once threads of the same tapestry. In every carved block and measured angle, we hear echoes of an age-long conversation between humanity and the cosmos. Paradoxes arise: the unrecorded knowledge, the inexplicable coincidences, the shifts in chronology that challenge established history. These enigmas call us to question our assumptions and to embrace the wondrous complexity of ancient mindscapes. Each paradox is an invitation to deeper inquiry, a reminder that the journey toward understanding may be as labyrinthine as the patterns inscribed upon pyramid walls. Through all these revelations emerges a singular truth. Geometry was not a cold abstraction for our ancestors, but a living expression of their encounter with the infinite. In the measured relationships of stone, they celebrated the unity of form and spirit, crafting monuments that still speak across the gulf of centuries. As we stand before their creations, bathed in the same starlight that guided them, we partake in their quest, seeking, through number and proportion, a deeper resonance with the universe's grand design. A stillness hovers over the place where stone meets sky, as though the wind itself hesitates before speaking of power born in silence. In the dim hours before dawn, one can almost hear the faint murmur of ancient voices, those of rulers who stood on dust-strewn earth, claiming a breath of divine fire in their veins. They dreamed in geometry, coaxing colossal forms from bedrock, marshalling swarms of laborers like a tide carried by purpose. Each cut of the chisel, each hewn block, resonated with intent, for these were not mere monuments to selves, but living testaments to a covenant with realms unseen. Across the great sweep of histories and continents, the notion of divine right crystallized into stone. In scattered valleys and sunlit plains, dynasties rose upon the claim that a ruler's blood was laced with celestial essence, legitimizing both their reign and the mountain-like edifices they raised. This sacred endorsement opened vaults of wealth, granaries, quarries, timbers, all flowing into the skeletal grids of building sites where future gods would abide, offering human toil and earthly treasure. These god-kings fashioned their rule into architecture, solid, unyielding, and bound to echo through ages. Egypt's great pharaohs are perhaps the oldest echoes of this vision. In the hush of the Sahara dawn, the pyramids stand as colossal altars to kings made flesh, stepping stones into eternity. They were conceived to harbor these rulers beyond death, ensuring that Osiris might recognize them, that Ra might sustain them, and that their souls might tread a luminous pathway amongst the stars. Overseeing each stage of construction, pharaohs embodied both mortal ruler and immortal god, channeling rites and recitations that consecrated every cornerstone with whispered spells and hymns to the unseen. Far to the west, in the lush lowlands of Mesoamerica, the Maya spoke of similar arrangements between earth and sky. Their rulers took on roles as intermediaries, drawing blood in ritual that mingled royalty with divinity, sustaining cosmic balance through sacrifice upon stone altars. Pyramid temples rose in tiered glory, each level echoing a layer of the universe. Priests and nobles climbed these steps at dawn's first light, offering maize, jade, and the crimson sap of life itself, while the people below watched in hushed reverence, united in the belief that their god-king maintained the rhythm of rain and sun. In the land between the rivers, the Sumerian ziggurats cast long shadows over fertile plains. Their stepped summits once held shrines to Anu, Enlil, or Inanna, names that trembled with potency. The kings who ordered them built through sweat and structure, believing that every ramp and stair might bridge the chasm between humanity and heaven. As twilight fell, temple-goers gathered under polished stones that caught starlight, reciting liturgies that wove time and space into a single thread, binding ruler to divine steward in geometry and ritual. Long before the splendor of Aztec courts or Inca citadels, a quieter civilization along Mexico's Gulf Coast laid the groundwork for divine kingship. The Olmec carved enormous stone heads, silent guardians with eyes half closed, as though they dreamed in granite. Nearby, earthen mounds hinted at pyramidal shapes that would later define Mesoamerica. These monuments, too, signified a union of mortal rule and mythic ancestry. In their immense weight and silent presence, they spoke of rulers who traced their lineage to sky beings, whose power eschewed ordinary limits. Half-world away, amid the steaming jungles of Cambodia, the Khmer kings built temples that soared like lotus buds against the sunset. Angkor Wat stands at the center of this vision, an earthly Mount Meru, home of Hindu gods and cosmic axis. Its galleries teem with bas reliefs showing churning oceans and celestial dancers, while the pointed towers align precisely to rising suns on equinoxes. The king who commissioned such a mass of stone became both architect and deity, merging earthly authority with cosmic pattern, binding Khmer subjects into an ordered cosmos of moss and sandstone. Drifting south along India's Coromandel coast, the Chola dynasty carried this thread forward in their own sacred style. The grand temples of Tanjore rose on massive plinths, adorned with friezes of Shiva's dance and Parvati's grace. Within these sanctuaries, priests performed puja beneath sculpted tiers of stone, oil lamps flickering to music of bells and conch. Each carving, each torque of granite, spoke of a ruler transcending mortal bounds, embodying the cycle of creation and destruction, anchoring ephemeral kingship in an architectural hymn. In the mists of China's earliest times, legends of the Kia kings entwine earth with sky. Oral tales whisper of rulers descending from celestial realms, guiding rudimentary polities toward irrigated fields and lunar-based calendars. Though written records falter, burial mounds and palace remains convey an echo of divine mandate stapled into turf and timber. Earthworks follow the pattern of stars, as though a cardinal compass were carved into each hillock, instructing subjects on the whereabouts of a sovereign who walked among gods. On the sands of Nubia, the kingdom of Kush mirrored the grandeur of Egypt while weaving its own narrative of divine rule. Sharpened pyramids rise from arenaceous plains, smaller but steeper than their northern cousins. Here, queens and kings staked claims to spiritual sovereignty, inscribing their reigns in hieroglyphs that blended Egyptian gods with Nubian spirits. Their stones housed both relics of sacrifice and vessels for offerings, affirming that ancient bloodlines ran luminous with celestial potency. One finds names like Son of the Sun, Daughter of the Morning, or Heavenly Sovereign carved in sacred scripts, each title a mantra reinforcing a ruler's union with cosmic forces. These honorifics functioned as keys, unlocking reverence in the hearts of subjects and cloaking royal will in an aura that mortal arms alone could never achieve. Language itself became an armature of power, chiseled into stelae and seals, resonating across generations. Together, these pyramids and temples form a metaphysical map, uniting Earth's contours with the arcs of planetary spheres. They stand at crossroads where rivers converge, mountain passes split, or horizons meet the sky in perfect alignment. Under cardinal points and solstitial axes, they assert a vision: the cosmos reflected in stone. For the god kings, this alignment was a tool of dominion, a language in which every stone became a syllable in a divine story. Daily life wove through these colossal frames. Processions followed temple courts, priests chanted in acoustically tuned chambers, and offerings of incense drifted into shafts carved deep within the bedrock. At these rituals, a king would embody both host and guest, receiving divine nourishment even as he dispensed favor. By erecting these spaces, rulers fused governance with liturgy, embedding policy within the cadence of prayer. Yet beneath the grandeur lay another purpose: the safeguarding of esoteric knowledge. In hidden crypts and sealed chambers, philosophers and mystics murmured secrets into tablets and scrolls, channeling cosmic calculations into measurements of angles and lengths. These whispers, encoded in star charts and flourishes of sacred geometry, transformed walls into repositories of higher wisdom, an archive accessible only to those initiated in celestial lore. Geometry itself became an act of worship. Circles, squares, triangles, and spirals traced celestial orbits, lunar cycles, and sun paths. In Egypt, proportions echoed the golden mean. In Mesoamerica, measurements whispered of equinox alignments. In Angkor, grid systems reflected mandalas. In Tanjore, interlocking circles mirrored yantras. By carving angles with unerring precision, god-kings inscribed the cosmos into the Earth's surface, taking their place as conduits for cosmic harmony. These architectural feats served as symbols of unparalleled authority. A lone ruler, commanding thousands to quarry and haul, stood at the axis of material and spiritual realms. Projection of power became visible in every block, every stairway climbing toward the sun. To call these structures mere tombs or temples is to overlook their capacity as instruments of propaganda, binding communities through the spectacle of divine labor. All the while, the outlines of blueprints dissolve into myth. No scrolls survive that detail step-by-step construction. Instead, the narrative suggests that knowledge passed through hushed transmissions. Master builders initiated into sacred mysteries, bound by oaths to tunnel information only to chosen successors. When dynasties fell, oral traditions scattered, leaving only stones as silent teachers to future generations. In these temple precincts, rulers enacted dramas of cosmic origin. On festival days, they became avatars of deities, the living embodiment of creation myths. Garbed in sacred regalia, they performed dances that echoed the myths carved into walls, reenacting battles of gods and demons, cycles of death and rebirth. Through these staged rituals, they invited their people to glimpse the beyond, positioning themselves as mediators between the visible world and realms of pure spirit. Over time, the line between myth and history intertwined. Analysts wove genealogies that linked rulers to sky beings, glossing over gaps with the brushstrokes of legend. Seated in stone, these stories took root in collective memory, giving rise to identities both national and cosmic, where every kingdom was a microcosm of the universe, and every ruler his living heart. Yet, on certain silent walls and faded bas-reliefs, one can still discern epigraphs describing celestial voyages. A king guided by Orion's belt, a queen following Sirius into the underworld, stone staircases climbing beyond mortal gaze toward constellations. These carvings map spiritual journeys, enshrining rulers' quests for immortality in emblematic glyphs that appear cryptic to modern eyes, but pulsed with meaning for those who made them. Symbols of stars, planets, and zodiac signs blend with serpents, birds, and halos in a lexicon of stone. Each element operates as a syllable in an ancient tongue, the language of secret harmony between heaven and earth. For the enlightened, pyramids were texts, their surfaces lecterns where cosmic truths were read by those prepared to decode them. When one considers the ripples of divine kingship, it becomes clear that these impulses echoed beyond each civilization's fall. In later temples, churches, mosques, and cathedrals, the impulse to manifest heaven on earth persisted, one lineage of thought handed to the next, ever seeking the moment when stone and spirit coalesced into a single voice. Legends also imagine that these god-kings looked to futures yet unseen, hoping their descendants would care for these living stones, renewing rituals that bound families, clans, and nations in unbroken devotion. In vision or prayer, they foresaw communities returning each solstice, kindling fires at the altars they had shaped, sustaining the breath of divine pattern across centuries. But as centuries turned, the fervor of divine architectures waned. New beliefs crept in, empires dissolved, dynastic tombs emptied. Voices once firm in hymns of power yielded to ambient silence. Temples were abandoned, corridors collapsed, and names once spoken with tremor sank into dust. The divine rhetoric that once legitimized kings encountered the erosion of time and the ascent of fresh paradigms. Still, the stones endure. They stand as mute oracles to a chapter when rulers spoke with gods, when cosmic and earthly realms converged in monumental form. As we wander through these ruins at night, by torchlight or moonbeams, we sense their silent question. Did these architects of the impossible leave wisdom embedded in every joint, every angle? Or do their enduring silhouettes simply call us to craft our own pathways toward truths that lie waiting, timeless, concealed, yet ever-present, beneath the architecture of our dreams? For centuries, scholars and dreamers alike have carried the conviction that great stone pyramids stood as monumental tombs, vast sepulchres hewn from earth and sky for revered kings and pharaohs. The image of a grand resting place, adorned with gilded treasures and the sarcophagus of a divine ruler, captured imaginations from the cradle of Egypt to the modern lecture hall. The towering facades, with their measured slope and precise orientation, seemed destined to house the mortal remains of those who wielded absolute power. Yet, with each expedition into corridors once sealed for eternity, with every careful brushstroke against age-worn masonry, the familiar narrative has begun to dissolve like mist at dawn. The evidence of regal interment, the scent of resin and linen, the gleam of gold amulets, the carved inscriptions of funerary rites, has too often proved elusive. Where historians expected tombs, explorers found only silence. Chambers designed to cradle a body stand empty, their bare walls echoing questions rather than answers. In this silence, a new voice emerges, a suggestion that the pyramid's true purpose may lie beyond our habitual gaze, touching realms of spirit and energy, encoded in stone with a wisdom that transcends the simple passage from life into death. When the Great Pyramid of Giza first yielded its hidden pathways, explorers anticipated the sight of a royal coffin or the weight of human remains pressed into stone. Instead, they encountered spaces stark and still, chambers devoid of funerary offerings, corridors that seemed more like instruments of preservation than receptacles for the deceased. The descending passage opens upon a hollowed subterranean room, its rough walls whispering of expeditions abandoned or perhaps deliberately left incomplete. Ascend to the king's chamber, and the faint scent of granite and time lingers, but the expected opulence of a pharaoh's interment is nowhere to be found. No mummy wrapped in sacred linens, no funerary mask glowing beneath torchlight, no hieroglyphs beseeching the gods for safe passage. This void stretches a question across millennia. Why fashion such elaborate architecture if not to honor a departed soul? Could it be that these chambers were conceived not as our final stops, but as launch pads into cosmic dimensions, thresholds for the collective human spirit to ascend beyond flesh and bone? The sealed doors themselves speak volumes, yet in whispers rather than roars. Master stonemasons crafted blocks so massive that human effort alone seems inadequate to explain their placement, embedding within the walls subtle grooves and wedges that hint at hidden mechanisms. To conceive of these seals as mere safeguards against looters feels almost reductive. Instead, one might consider them as guardians of a sanctity that reaches far beyond earthly treasure. The act of sealing appears ritualistic, as though an ancient covenant declared that only the initiated, those bearing secret keys of understanding, should trespass. Beyond simple deterrence, These barriers invest the very concept of knowledge with sacred weight. In their silence and immobility, they preserve a resonance, a magnetic charge that waits patiently to be awakened by those who will perceive the true geometry of meaning encoded in stone. Between polished blocks and concealed shafts, the pyramids whisper of rites that blur the line between architecture and ceremony. Each corridor, each angled passage, might map an inner journey, an initiation through darkness into light, a pilgrimage through the self as much as through solid rock. Step lightly past the seals and into the heart of the stone, and it is as if time itself suspends its march. The stillness becomes a portal, inviting contemplation of realms unseen. Might these corridors have echoed with chants meant to direct energy or to guide a soul's ascent? Could the pyramids have functioned as resonant chambers, amplifying vocal intonations to stir unseen currents, weaving sonic threads between earth and sky? Such possibilities emerge not from wild speculation, but from the very design itself, an architecture that seems to know more of metaphysical frequency than mere structural stability. Geometry stands at the core of this silent symphony. Step back from the imposing silhouette and consider the precise angles, the alignment to celestial points, the mathematical constants woven into every plan. The Great Pyramid aligns almost perfectly to the cardinal directions, its faces oriented to true north, south, east, and west. Its slopes approximate the golden ratio, the mathematical harmony that resonates in seashells, sunflower spirals, and human faces. When geometry enters the realm of the sacred, it becomes a language of cosmic connection, an interface between the finite and the infinite. In this light, the pyramid ceases to be a mere vessel for the dead. It transforms into a crystalline amplifier, a living monument that bridges human aspiration and celestial order. The absence of mortal remains, then, gains new clarity. These structures were never primarily about death, but about sustaining a conscious link to an ever-unfolding cosmic intelligence. Such an interpretation invites us to perceive the pyramids as repositories of knowledge, libraries of stone in which truths too potent for commonplace understanding lay veiled. What if the corridors and chambers were intentionally barricaded not to prevent theft, but to preserve ideas, mathematical theorems, cosmological maps, meditations on light and sound, that our distant ancestors deemed too powerful or sacred to reveal until humanity reached a certain level of collective harmony? Hidden writings might nestle within grooves imperceptible to the untrained eye, symbolic sequences carved into block joints, encoded in the very mass of each monolithic element. In this perspective, the pyramid becomes a message box, cast into the currents of time, awaiting decipherment by minds attuned to its subtle script. Through its empty spaces and sealed gates, it transmits an invitation. Evolve in understanding, cultivate resonance with universal rhythms, and the secrets of creation may, at last, be reclaimed. Perhaps the most poignant testament to this transcendent purpose is the empty sarcophagus awaiting a body that never arrived. There in the king's chamber stands a massive granite casing, polished and precise, as though anticipating a dignitary's repose. Yet no mummy rests within. No funerary paint or incense mark the stone. Instead, the sarcophagus yawns like a silent question, a vessel left open for energies beyond the corporeal. It becomes an altar for contemplation, its hollowness offering space not for decay, but for meditation, for concentrated stillness. What if this container was designed to harness and amplify ethereal forces, to cradle a vital spark rather than a lifeless shell? Could it have served as a linchpin in ceremonies that sought to attune human consciousness with planetary energies or cosmic harmonies? In its deliberate emptiness, one finds an eloquent paradox: absence as presence, void as fullness, a gap that invites participation rather than demands closure. Looking closer, one sees that the pyramid's design frequently defies the logic of a simple burial vault. Shafts slope upward toward the heavens, rather than down to placate subterranean interment. Chambers feature high ceilings and spacious layouts, unsuited to lowering coffins, but perfect for acoustic resonance or gatherings of the spirit. Hidden niches and false passages multiply like clues in a vast riddling poem, redirecting the intrepid seeker to mysteries beyond the obvious. Alignments appear to trace the path of stars, the cycle of seasons, and the pulsations of seismic and geomagnetic currents. Could ancients have understood these forces well enough to engineer structures that channel, store, and radiate them? If so, the pyramid transforms in our minds from a mere burial mound to a multifunctional instrument of science and spirit, a confluence of technology and theology, of craftsmanship and cosmology. Through eras and empires, the pyramid motif has endured as a testament to cultural continuity far more profound than the ephemeral reign of any one king. In stone and memory, civilizations interwove their philosophies and aspirations, renewing the sacred form through shifts of religion and power. Whether in Egypt, Mesoamerica, or the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the pyramid shape returned again and again, each echo carrying forward a lineage of meaning. This shape, more than a blank tomb, became a symbol of enduring connection, a reminder that humanity's greatest creations are not meant to expire with a single life, but to bridge generations, to pulse with timeless intention. To walk among these silent giants is to encounter a living archive, a testament to a pedigree of wisdom older than history's earliest scrolls. The tomb theory, once so reassuring in its simplicity, dissolves in the face of such vast orchestration. The pyramids were never solely the final resting places of kings. They were thresholds between worlds, resonant machines of spirit, sentinels of knowledge locked behind stone to await our readiness. And so, in the hush of an empty chamber, in the cold precision of sealed corridors, we glimpse a hand extended across the ages, a gesture of invitation toward a truth that lies beyond death, beyond disappearance, beyond the small scope of mortal remembrance. In this profound emptiness, we find the promise of awakening, that the pyramid's deepest gift was never entropy or decay, but the enduring flame of curiosity, shining through the darkness to guide our consciousness ever skyward. Under a cloak of darkness, when the world is hushed and the stars themselves seem to listen, one may sense a subtle vibration stirring beneath the earth. It is here, in the interplay between silence and sound, that the true mystery of the pyramids reveals itself, not as mere monuments to human ambition, but as gateways through which energy, consciousness, and the cosmos converge. Imagine an ancient architect standing on the plateau of Giza, feeling beneath their feet the tremors of the earth, measuring the pulse of life itself. They would understand resonance not simply as a scientific curiosity, but as the sacred dance of all things. Resonance is the amplification of energy when two systems vibrate at the same frequency, a whisper of universal harmony that can be found in the beating of drums, the humming of stones, and the geometry of pyramidal form. What if the great pyramids of Egypt, the hidden chambers beneath Malta, and the stoneworks of the Andes were all tuned to this cosmic song? What if, as some scholars now suggest, these structures were conceived with the express purpose of harnessing vibrational energy, inviting those within to journey beyond the confines of ordinary perception? Within the Great Pyramid's King's Chamber, the air itself seems to quiver. Massive blocks of red granite form a cuboid sanctum where, when a single tone is uttered or a reed instrument is played, the walls themselves sustain and enrich the sound, letting it ring with uncanny clarity. Researchers have observed that certain frequencies enter the chamber and return, cradling the listener in a warm, acoustic embrace. It is as though the very molecules of the stone are singing a song long forgotten. Some have speculated that this chamber served not as a tomb, but as an instrument, a resonant vessel where sound-based rituals were performed to induce altered states of consciousness. A low chant might have rippled through the heart of the pyramid, transmuting matter into spirit, opening a door between the human soul and realms unseen. In moments of quiet contemplation, one can almost hear the echo of ancient voices, lifted on a current of harmonic resonance, testing the boundaries between life and afterlife, earth and sky. Thousands of miles and centuries away, the megalithic walls of South America offer a parallel marvel. In places like Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, monolithic stones, some weighing hundreds of tons, fit together with such precision that no dust can enter the seams. Enter the central courtyard and speak in a low voice, and you may be startled as your words return to you multiplied and magnified like a thought given back in chorus. Sound engineers, stepping into these spaces, have documented shifts in frequency that seem too harmonically perfect to be accidental. Here, too, the ancients appear to have understood that sound is more than noise. It is energy in motion, capable of stirring the deepest recesses of the mind. Within these echo chambers, ceremonies would have taken on a new dimension. The rustle of robes, the beat of drums, and the human voice would have merged with the stone's own resonance, blurring the distinction between performer and architecture, creator and creation. Beneath the limestone hills of Malta, a hidden world of chambers and corridors waits in stony silence, known today as the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni. Carved more than 6 millennia ago, this subterranean labyrinth was revealed to the modern world only in the early 20th century, yet it bears the unmistakable mark of sonorous design. In the so-called oracle room, a single voice, deep and resonant, will set the entire complex vibrating as though tuned to a single cosmic frequency. One visitor described the sensation as a shiver that passed through every pore of the body, a pleasant hum that lingered long after the last echo faded. Did the Neolithic architects carve these chambers to amplify the chants of priests or to concentrate healing energies for those who lay upon stone benches? Perhaps they recognized the power of sound to alter perception, to soothe fear, to heal the wounded spirit. To grasp how these sites might function as resonant energy tools, one must journey into the realm of vibration theory. In both ancient texts and modern laboratories, sound is defined as waves generated by vibrating objects, traveling through air, water, or solid matter. When a frequency matches the natural vibration of a structure, its own resonant frequency, amplification occurs. In the 21st century, fields like cymatics have given us vivid images of this principle. Sand and water dancing into complex geometric patterns when exposed to specific tones. One might imagine an ancient builder observing ripples in a pool or the quake of a drum, and thinking, If a pyramid can be designed to resonate with the heartbeat of the Earth, then perhaps it can open a channel to unseen energies. Today's quantum physics hints at the same phenomena, showing that at microscopic scales, vibrations can alter the arrangement of particles, affecting both matter and consciousness. Flowing through these reflections is the thread of sacred geometry. From the golden ratio etched into the Great Pyramid's dimensions to the perfect triangular faces that catch the light of dawn, these shapes mirror patterns found throughout nature. In cymatics, a circular plate covered with fine dust, when vibrated by a single frequency, will arrange itself into insignias that look eerily like mandalas or flower petals. Could the ancient architects of Teotihuacan or Mayan Yucatan temples have witnessed similar forms in natural resonance experiments and then translated them into stone? The pyramidal silhouette might have been viewed not simply as a shape, but as a living diagram of cosmic harmony, an instrument in physical form, ready to invoke forces both seen and unseen. Walking the terraces at sunrise, one feels the geometry of the stones unfolding in light, as if the pyramid itself were breathing, tuning its facets to the song of the spheres. Yet pyramids are more than monuments of geometry. They are vessels for the human spirit. Many seekers claim that entering a pyramid, especially into a resonant chamber, induces a peculiar calm, a stillness of mind that is almost tangible. Meditation teachers speak of altered states unlocked by spatial geometry and sound, moments where the veil between self and universe thins. Throughout history, philosophers have suggested that certain forms concentrate subtle energies and guide them into the psyche, catalyzing visions, insights, and profound tranquility. Anecdotal accounts swirl of individuals who, after spending time within pyramid-shaped structures, reported heightened intuition, clarity, and vivid dreams. Could it be that these ancient builders fashioned pyramids not only to touch the heavens, but to lift human awareness into cosmic consciousness? Remarkably, modern sonic science appears to be rediscovering the truths embodied in these ancient sites. Laboratories now explore how sound waves can assist in tissue regeneration, influence bone density, and even promote cellular repair. Sound therapy clinics employ frequencies tuned to the alpha or theta brainwave ranges, guiding listeners into meditative or healing states. Researchers using MRI scans have observed changes in brain patterns when subjects are exposed to binaural beats, two slightly different frequencies played in each ear, creating a third perceived tone. The parallels with ancient resonance chambers are striking. Both rely on the principle that vibration is a subtle form of energy, one that can mold the very fabric of matter and mind. As we learn to harness these frequencies in hospitals and meditation centers, we glimpse the echoes of a knowledge once woven into megalithic walls. Beyond acoustics, there are those who propose that pyramids serve as amplifiers of electromagnetic energy. The Great Pyramid stands aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, its shape and orientation possibly channeling the Earth's natural magnetic fields. Could these stones focus geomagnetic energy into currents that flow beneath the surface, akin to the way lightning rods draw down electricity from thunderstorms? Some enthusiasts link this idea to agricultural fertility, suggesting that fields near certain pyramid sites yielded extraordinary crops, their soils enriched by subtle energy flows. Although hard data remains elusive, the notion invites us to consider the possibility that pyramids were nodes in a vast energetic grid, an ancient network of power that linked temple mountains from Egypt to the Indus Valley. sound, and energy, when understood as expressions of a single vibrational principle, bridge physical and spiritual healing. Across cultures, priests, shamans, and medicine men have wielded song, chant, and instrument to restore balance to body and mind. In Egypt, hieratic hymns might have resonated within temple sanctuaries. In Siberia, shamanic drumming guided trances. Among Australian Aboriginals, the didgeridoo's drone formed a portal to ancestral dreams. These practices affirm that sound holds a universal power to align human physiology with deeper rhythms of life. Pyramids, then, can be seen as colossal shrines to this principle, architectural embodiments of the awareness that healing, transformation, and communion with the divine all flow through vibration. Today's architects are beginning to rediscover these ancient lessons. Concert halls are designed not simply for visual grandeur, but for sonic perfection. Meditation pods use spatial geometry to foster introspection. Sound gardens install tuning forks in public parks to invite people into contemplative states. In each case, the aspiration is the same as it might have been in bygone millennia: to craft spaces that resonate with the human spirit, to heal and to inspire. We see a renaissance in acoustic design, an echo of the wisdom encoded in pyramids and hypogea, where form and frequency converge. By tuning our cities to vibration, we may be awakening a lineage of knowledge once thought lost. Hidden within this melding of form and sound lies a rich tapestry of symbolism. Resonance, at its heart, speaks of union, of one thing vibrating in sympathy with another. It is a metaphor for spiritual connection, for the harmony between microcosm and macrocosm. In the Upanishads, we find the phrase, "In the soundless sound is the supreme," a poetic recognition that beneath all audible noise lies an infinite stillness, the substratum of creation. Pyramids might have stood as both literal and figurative amplifiers of this ultimate resonance, inviting ancient pilgrims to align their hearts with the unspoken music of the spheres. And so arises the quest to rediscover lost resonant technologies. Scholars and enthusiasts comb archaeological sites with seismographs and acoustic cameras, mapping frequencies hidden within hollow stones and buried corridors. Experimental builders erect replica chambers to test theories of sound-induced healing and consciousness expansion. Even quantum physicists are drawn into the dialogue, curious whether ancient architects tapped into aspects of reality that modern science only now begins to glimpse. Each discovery deepens the sense that our ancestors possessed a multidisciplinary wisdom, uniting engineering, spirituality, and cosmology in ways that defy simple categorization. At the intersection of sound and mind, research into neuroscience reveals how specific frequencies can guide brainwaves into theta and delta states, those realms of deep meditation, lucidity, and dream. Participants exposed to carefully tuned tones report experiences of timelessness, visions, and emotional release. Such findings lend credence to the stories whispered across centuries, that within resonant chambers, individuals transcended ordinary consciousness and encountered truths beyond language. Could the pyramids have served as temples of initiation, their chambers as sacred instruments for inner transformation? The evidence remains tantalizing, an invitation to listen for the echoes still humming within the stones. In the stillness of night, when one stands before a pyramid, be it in Egypt, Mesoamerica, or Southeast Asia, the air seems alive with possibility. One can almost hear the low vibration of ancient chants, the ripple of energy released by the first masons who shaped those stones. To walk those ancient corridors is to feel the hum of resonance, a gentle reminder that the universe is woven from vibrations, that we ourselves are chords in an endless cosmic harmony. The pyramids stand as portals, both to the distant past when humans first grasped the power of sound, and to a future where we might reclaim that wisdom to heal our world and expand our minds. As the earth breathes beneath the moon, the pyramids whisper their invitation. Come, listen, and remember. In the hush that drapes itself over ancient stone, beneath the sharp silhouettes of pyramids reaching toward the sun, there exists a hidden world of shadowed corridors and silent chambers. These subterranean architectures cradle the echoes of voices long gone, their walls inscribed with symbols that whisper of rituals, rites of passage, and unseen energies. As we descend into these buried sanctuaries, we are carried into a space that transcends mere construction, an underworld of purpose and mystery that expands our understanding of human aspiration. Far from afterthoughts, these hidden passages point to a deliberate mastery of earth and rock, an artistry meant to serve ceremonial, spiritual, even practical functions that elude our modern eyes. With every careful step downward, we feel the weight of countless generations pressing in, inviting us to contemplate the minds and hearts that crafted such elaborate refuges below the surface of human life. Beneath the plateau of Giza, not far from the towering geometry of the Great Pyramid, lies one of the most enigmatic of these hidden quotes, the so-called Osiris shaft. Discovered in the 1990s, this network of deep vertical shafts and horizontal galleries reveals levels of craftsmanship that astonish even seasoned Egyptologists. At its heart, quartzite sarcophagi rest in flooded chambers, their submerged forms bathed in a quiet luminescence beneath the water's surface. Carved symbols and hieroglyphs swirl across the stone, hinting at ceremonial journeys into death and rebirth, reflections of Osiris's own mythic descent into the underworld and triumphant return. Some corridors lead to nothing, sealed doors that may forever hide their purpose, while others open onto small niches that once held relics or offerings. Here, the boundary between engineering marvel and metaphysical passage blurs, and one is invited to ponder whether these chambers served as metaphoric wombs for the soul, prepared to guide the deceased through cosmic thresholds toward immortality. As our minds drift from Egypt's sands across oceans and centuries, we find under Teotihuacan's sun-scorched plazas a parallel network of passages that mirror the city's celestial order. Hidden below the pyramids of the sun and the moon, a labyrinth of tunnels unfolds in precise alignment with streets above, testifying to the builder's deep knowledge of astronomy and sacred geometry. Hollowed out of volcanic stone, these galleries stretch for hundreds of meters, their floors littered with pottery fragments and obsidian blades, relics of ceremonies performed in a hushed atmosphere far removed from the bustling life above. Archaeologists have uncovered chambers filled with carved figurines and colorful pigments, remnants of a culture that blended earth and sky, body and spirit. Each niche seems to have been a stage for offerings, a correlation of stones to stars, a dialogue with the heavens enacted in the silence of the underworld. Walking the smooth tunnels of Teotihuacan, one senses a deliberate choreography. Some passages lead to blind endings, others converge in central nodes where light filters in through narrow shafts. The ancient architects appear to have orchestrated each twist and turn, guiding initiates through a symbolic journey that echoed the sun's path across the sky, mirrored by descent into the earth. In places, air currents spiral gently, as if breathing life into the dark chambers, reminding visitors of the living breath that once filled these halls. No less astonishing are the acoustics, with whispers carried along walls like wind through canyons, perhaps intended to amplify chants or prayers, heightening the passage of sound into a vessel for communion with deities. These tunnels stand as testament to a civilization that navigated not only physical terrain, but spiritual topography, weaving a labyrinth where secrets and sacred truths lay hidden beneath daily existence. Far across the seas, upon the emerald slopes of West Java, the verdant hill known as Gunung Padang conceals yet another web of subterranean wonder. To the casual observer, it appears as a gently undulating rise covered in grass and ancient terraces. But beneath that leafy veil lies a multi-layered matrix of stone walls and chambered rooms, constructed in phases that may stretch back tens of thousands of years. Excavations have revealed columns of volcanic rock forming corridors that wind deep into the earth, their stones fitting together in patterns that challenge conventional timelines of human capability. Carbon dating of charcoal and soil suggests astonishing antiquity, prompting whispers of a forgotten epoch when an advanced people shaped these subterranean halls long before the rise of recognized civilizations. Every unearthing draws gasps of wonder. Masses of basalt blocks stacked in concentric rings, sealed doorways that guard inner sanctums, and pockets of air that hint at unexplored galleries yet to be revealed. The notion that Gunung Padang's most ancient layers might date back 20 millennia or more sends ripples through academic orthodoxy, reminding us that our story of human progress may be too narrowly penned. Beneath the earth, those hidden rooms seem to have been designed to preserve knowledge of the stars, of life cycles, perhaps of cosmic rhythms beyond our present comprehension. The thought that a people with unknown name and origin tunneled into the hills to entomb their lore and spiritual codes speaks to a universality in human aspiration, the urge to protect what is most precious, to lay a foundation for descendants across the ages. Each chamber uncovered invites us to imagine the chants that once resonated off those stones, the shadows dancing in torchlight, the hushed revelations whispered in ritual circles long since dissolved by time. Across continents and cultures, one finds the motif of sealed rooms recurring with insistent frequency. Beneath the smooth casing stones of many pyramids lie doors of solid rock, false portals, and labyrinthine passages intended to conceal rather than reveal. These abrupt endings stand as silent guardians of forbidden realms, testaments to an impulse as old as civilization itself, the desire to hide or protect that which must be guarded from profane eyes. Whether through thresholds masked by cunning masonry or narrow shafts veiled by layers of debris, the ancients created architecture that paled our modern cunning in subtlety and purpose. What treasures, knowledge, relics, inscriptions await discovery behind these centuries-old seals? Or are they destined to remain forever out of reach, their meaning locked away by mechanisms both physical and metaphysical? Consider the challenge these subterranean feats present to our understanding of ancient technology. Carving multi-ton blocks in confined spaces, hoisting them into place, controlling water and airflow with precision. Such accomplishments rival the capabilities of our own era. The tools and methods employed have left scant trace, prompting speculation about lost knowledge, forgotten techniques, or influences now erased from the record. Some scholars invoke practical theories of levers, ramps, and counterweights, while others wonder whether esoteric sciences, vibration, resonance, or geometric tuning played roles that we have yet to decipher. In the dim light of these hidden chambers, the boundary between mechanical engineering and alchemical practice seems to dissolve, inviting us to consider a past where technology and mysticism walked hand in hand. Beneath their unadorned surfaces, the walls of these rooms are often engraved with symbols that speak to something beyond mere decoration. Spirals, concentric circles, depictions of celestial bodies, and abstract motifs appear like hieroglyphs of an innermost language, a communication intended for the initiate who has passed through thresholds of body and mind. These markings seem to align with cycles of birth, death, and rebirth, with stellar configurations and earthly seasons woven into intricate patterns. To step into one of these caverns is to descend into a symbolic cosmos, where each carving becomes a star in a private firmament, and the very stone itself pulses with encoded meaning. Such spaces invite reflection on the universality of the human psyche, on how across disparate cultures we have long sought to map the heavens within the contours of the underworld. Quietude defines these subterranean sanctuaries. Removed from the glare of daylight, their gloom fosters an atmosphere of deep introspection. Here, away from the rhythms of daily life, priests and shamans might have meditated, their minds attuned to inner realms that mirrored the environment around them. The descent into darkness symbolized a shedding of worldly concerns, preparing the spirit for communion with higher powers. The small pockets of space, lit perhaps by flickering oil lamps, would have drawn the senses inward. Every breath, every heartbeat amplified in the stillness. In these sites of solitude, the architects offered seekers a chance to confront the shadows within, emerging into the light above with new understanding and purpose. In tracing these underground networks from Egypt to Mexico, from Indonesia to distant lands, we sense a tapestry of cultural expression woven from a common thread: the impulse to tunnel into the earth, to carve sacred spaces beneath everyday life, crosses linguistic and geographic boundaries. Though the architectural details differ, stone types, structural techniques, symbolic motifs, the underlying desire remains constant: to create a womb of rock in which knowledge, spirit, and memory converge. This shared vision hints at ancient exchanges of ideas, or perhaps at a deep-rooted instinct in humanity to seek refuge and revelation beneath the surface of the world we walk upon. Among the myriad interpretations of these buried sanctuaries lies one of the most potent: portals to the underworld. In traditions across the globe, the descent into darkness mirrors the journey of the soul through death toward renewal. From Mayan mythic tunnels leading to Xibalba, to Egyptian tales of Osiris's realm, to Hindu epics of chthonic deities, the underworld emerges as a landscape of trial, transformation, and possibility. These subterranean vaults become more than static monuments. They are active conduits between worlds, zones where the boundaries of life and death, earth and sky, are fluid. The ancients entered these chambers not merely to hide or protect, but to enact journeys that aligned their mortal lives with the cosmic cycle of endless return. Yet beneath this spiritual vision also lies the concept of vaults of forbidden knowledge. Many cultures believed that certain wisdom must be safeguarded from misuse, that the most potent secrets of cosmology, medicine, and destiny belonged only to a chosen few. Within the cool darkness of sealed rooms, manuscripts, tablets, and ritual implements could rest, shielded by stone and oath. These underground libraries offered a quiet custodian to human insight, waiting for a future generation ready to receive their teachings. For us, discovering even fragments of these hidden archives would rewrite chapters of our collective story, revealing strands of thought woven so deeply into the fabric of human consciousness that they survived only behind walls not meant to yield. Hovering over these ancient archives were ancestral spirits, guardians of the night, who watched over all that lay beneath. In many traditions, the chambers were consecrated by incantations and offerings to unseen watchmen, beings who might guide pilgrims through the dark or unleash vengeance upon those who trespassed without reverence. Statues or reliefs carved near entryways stood sentinel, their eyes frozen in eternal vigilance. Some tunnels bear talismans, amulets baked into the walls, bronze figurines buried in niches, tokens meant to keep malevolent forces at bay or to honor protective deities. To penetrate these spaces was not merely an archaeological act, but a ritual of spiritual negotiation, a pact with powers older than any ruler or dynasty. Through every descent into darkness, the interplay of light and shadow emerges as an enduring theme. The act of moving from bright daylight into subterranean gloom mirrors a journey through the soul, from the known toward the unknown, from certainty into the fertile void where new wisdom may be born. The return to the sunlit world symbolizes a rebirth, an emergence carrying the imprint of transformation. In this cycle of descent and ascent, the ancients encoded an archetype etched in human consciousness, that in darkness lies potential, and through trial emerges illumination. Their hidden chambers in stone enact this drama with every carved step and every sealed doorway. Finally, the very existence of these underground architectures speaks to a universal human yearning to transcend the passage of time. By constructing spaces beneath the earth, our ancestors sought permanence in a world defined by flux and decay. They built silent guardians for their most treasured beliefs, affixing their voices to the living rock in hopes of echoing across millennia. As we now stand at the threshold of these buried realms, we are invited into a conversation that bridges eras, a communion with spirits, scholars, and dreamers who labored long before our names were known. In the ebb and flow of history, these subterranean temples remain steadfast, offering us not only a glimpse of technological prowess, but a testament to the undying human quest for meaning, connection, and the sacred beneath our feet. In the soft glow of fading twilight, when the mind drifts between wakefulness and dream, the world's silent stoneworks emerge like echoes of another realm. Their sculpted forms and precise geometries stand as testament to hands long vanished, architects whose names have been swallowed by time. These monuments, bereft of carved signatures or inscribed annals, still murmur in a language of angles and alignments. To listen closely is to enter a space where fact and fable entwine, where the very stones seem to pulse with memory. We travel now into the mists of prehistory, following faint footprints imprinted not in sand, but in the mathematics of ancient horizons. Far above the rippling waters of Lake Titicaca, Tiahuanaco unfolds its cosmic blueprint beneath the endless Bolivian sky. Here, colossal blocks of andesite merge with the earth as though drawn up from the planet's core, each joint so precise that light cannot pass between them. Some scholars suggest its foundations reach back 15 millennia or more, while others dare hint at epochs even more remote. The Gate of the Sun, hewn with uncanny skill, aligns with solstitial suns, as if the builders spoke directly to the cosmos. Perhaps they channeled wisdom from a vanished age, an archive not written on papyrus or clay, but coded in granite and gravity. In its silent corridors, one might imagine the hum of sacred rites, the measured chant of initiates invoking unseen forces that shaped both stone and soul. Out across the arid plains of Peru, Caral reveals an urban grace that blossoms nearly 5,000 years ago, predating pyramids of more famous lands. Terraced platforms and sunken plazas knit together into a harmonious whole, a city conceived by artisans who seemed to understand the vertical dance of stone and sky. No weapons tarnish its archaeological record. Instead, we find fishing nets and intricate reed bundles, a people nurtured by lakes and seaborne trade. In the absence of conflict, Caral whispers of a society attuned to harmony, one that wove commerce and ceremony into a single tapestry. Could this gentle metropolis reflect an earlier blueprint of civilization, a memory of people who sought more than power, striving instead for unity under the same star-spangled canopy? Long before grains were sown into neat Mediterranean furrows, Göbekli Tepe rose in southeastern Anatolia like a wave frozen in stone. The circular sanctuaries of carved pillars stand devoid of domestic trappings. No hearths, no trash middens, only the reliefs of lions, scorpions, and abstract emblems that seem to recount a mythic bestiary. Dating back nearly 11,000 years, these concentric rings predate settled agriculture, turning our assumptions upside down. Here, spirituality may have sprung first, and farming emerged later to feed pilgrims who journeyed to witness the worship of symbols older than memory. What force moved these megaliths into place? What vision led hands to sculpt beasts in living rock? Göbekli Tepe suggests that the impulse to reach towards the sacred may have been as primal as the human need to eat and sleep. Beneath the restless waves off Japan's southern coast, the Yonaguni terraces lie submerged like a drowned labyrinth. Discovered in 1986, these stepped platforms and angular ledges bear the hallmarks of design. Right angles etched into stone, stairways that descend into blue unknowns. Critics argue that time and tide carved these features, but others sense the imprint of human intention. If men once walked these terraces before ocean waters claimed them, what stories were drowned alongside? The notion of an antediluvian civilization, brushed away by rising seas, lends a poignant weight to every carved edge. Here, under currents and creeping coral, the suggestion that human artistry succumbed to nature's greater tides speaks to both fragility and persistence. On the shores of Malta, the megalithic temples rise like silent sentinels, their limestone walls curving in ancient embrace. Some predate the Great Pyramid, their altars and apses aligned to sunrise on the solstices. Within their vaulted chambers, faint grooves and carved spirals speak of rituals woven into seasonal rhythms. No dwellings cluster nearby. These sites appear purely ceremonial, spaces where priests or initiates might have witnessed the turning of the year. Maltese legend speaks of giant builders whose footsteps shook the ground, perhaps a poetic memory of formidable minds that sculpted these halls. If the architects left no tablets or scrolls, their legacy endures in the way sunlight filters through stone, marking time in a silent, sacred clock. Beneath many storied locales lies a palimpsest of human endeavor, layers of foundations stacked like pages in an unread tome. Across Athens, Crete, and the Andean highlands, newer civilizations built atop the bones of their predecessors, repurposing stones and preserving alignments. These strata question whether human progress unfolded linearly or if each era rediscovered, then forgot, the same cosmic keys. When temples at Knossos yield vestiges of earlier walls, and Machu Picchu rests atop foundations older than its famed terraces, one must wonder, did a network of knowledge pass from hand to hand, continent to continent, or did every builder, drawn by some inner compass, reinvent the same geometric lexicon? Far from the Andean peaks more famous than Machu Picchu, sites like Sacsayhuaman showcase walls whose fitting blocks defy the strongest steel saw. Stones weighing hundreds of tons interlock with hairline precision, the sheer magnitude suggesting technologies or techniques lost in the mists of prehistory. Some fringe theories speak of chemical softeners that rendered rock pliable. Others whisper of cosmic vibrations fine-tuned to fracturing stone along desired lines. Whoever engineered these walls possessed both imaginative vision and working knowledge of forces we are only beginning to understand. Lessons perhaps gleaned in a forgotten academy of masters whose syllabi remain buried beneath rubble and rumor. In Lebanon's Baalbek, the trilithon stupendously looms, 3 blocks so immense that each would dwarf modern cranes. Attributed often to Roman architects, these stones may instead trace back to an earlier order, for even the Romans would have balked at moving 800-ton monoliths. Local lore suggests rulers older than memory drew on technologies now lost, while some explorers hint at harnessed energies far beyond simple leverage. Here, as dusk coats the temple platform in purple light, the question lingers. Who bent these stones to their will, and by what means did they lift them skyward? Across the ages, the legend of Atlantis has rippled through human imagination. Plato's tale of a sunken island saturated with gold and guided by priest-kings could be a parable, or a cryptic reference to a genuine culture buried beneath oceanic depths. If an Atlantean people once achieved mastery of geometry, astronomy, and seafaring on a monumental scale, might they have scattered refugees and relics across the world's coastlines? Perhaps vestiges of Atlantean know-how snaked their way into the stone circles of Anatolia, the temple fields of Egypt, and the sunken terraces off Japan, leaving behind a faint architectural signature that beckons the curious. In Bolivia's highlands, Pumapunku remains an enigma perched on the Tiahuanaco Plateau, its finely cut stones arranged in perplexing configurations. Here, grooves precisely bored and surfaces planned to mirror one another suggest tools far sleeker than bronze chisels. Some researchers propose original builders harnessed copper saws with quartz sand, while others slip into theories of extraterrestrial instruction. Whether by native genius or cosmic visitor, Pumapunku's puzzle pieces convey a message of unity and precision. That geometry may be the syntax of a universal language, older than any single culture. Legends from every corner of the globe share tales of giants or sky kings, instructing early peoples in crafts beyond their ken. The Nephilim of biblical lore, the Rakshasas of Hindu myth, the Hokulea navigators in Polynesian chants, all point to beings who dwelled between heaven and earth. Could these stories preserve genuine memories of mentors from other worlds, or do they symbolize the heights of human potential projected into mythic form? Either way, such narratives create a tapestry in which myth and memory blur, hinting that our ancestors understood themselves as part of a larger story written in the stars. Geological whispers tell of cataclysms that reshaped continents and erased technologies in the blink of a geological eye. Hypotheses of polar shifts and impact events suggest climatic upheavals that submerged coastlines and fractured civilizations. If such cataclysms occurred, They could explain abrupt jumps in construction skill. One culture rises, builds wonders, and then falls into oblivion, leaving scant clues before a new society arises, picks up the mantle, and builds anew. In that cycle of creation and destruction, human ingenuity remains both constant and mute, lodged in stones that outlast dynasties and disasters alike. All around the world, oral traditions offer a softer echo of stone monuments. Aboriginal Dreamtime stories recount ancestors who molded landscapes with song. Native American tales speak of star people descending to teach seasonal rituals and celestial lore. Among the Dogon in West Africa, cryptic knowledge of Sirius's invisible companion star survived through generations, passed from elder to initiate. When we heed these voices alongside our surveys and scans, a more vibrant portrait of ancient consciousness emerges, one in which alignments and orientations were less accidental than integral to a lived cosmology that blended earth and sky. Some seek bold evidence of extraterrestrial patrons in the very angles of ancient sites. Structures oriented to Orion's belt, carvings evocative of disc-shaped craft, and equations embedded in stone give rise to theories that non-human intelligences shaped human history. Whether images of sky discs in Nebra, Germany, or the bird-headed figures of ancient temple reliefs, these motifs tantalize us with the possibility that our ancestors recorded direct encounters with visitors from beyond. Even if such interpretations remain speculative, they underscore the awe ancient builders felt toward whatever inspired them, be it solar deities, star ancestors, or cosmic phenomena. As we examine the stones, the presence of advanced mathematics becomes clear. The golden ratio whispers in the facades of temples, circle and square merge in the foundations of pyramids, and the length of shadows at solstice produces an unerring cosmological mirror. Such precision speaks of minds attuned to an underlying order, as if the builders sought not only to raise stone, but to manifest a living geometry that resonated with the blueprint of creation. They crafted in stone a dialogue with the heavens, inscribing within granite the music of spheres that philosophers would only rediscover millennia later. Throughout these ancient landscapes, figures of priests, shamans, and sages emerge as guardians of hidden lore. They measured solstices, charted lunar cycles, and presided over rites in vaulted sanctuaries, ensuring that knowledge endured beyond the reign of kings. In their care, sacred geometry became more than technical skill. It wove together ritual, song, and the sky's own clockwork. These custodians often chose silence over proclamation, allowing stone to speak in their stead, a durable archive impervious to the decay of parchment and palm leaf. Yet millennia unfold like drifting pages, and many texts have slipped beneath time's quiet tide. Modern archaeologists probe foundations with ground-penetrating radar, decipher ancient glyphs with digital precision, and extract fragments of pollen from mortar seams, striving to reanimate voices long stilled. Still, each revelation brings fresh questions. Why replicate the same forms in Egypt and Mexico, in China and Corral, as though guided by a single dream? Perhaps some elements will forever resist translation, as sacred symbols bound to contexts beyond our full comprehension. We are left to observe these stones in reverent wonder, acknowledging that what they conceal may be more profound than what they reveal. There remains, however, a quiet impulse to reconnect with ancestral artisans. Architects and environmental designers now draw inspiration from earthworks and sunken plazas, integrating ancient wisdom into sustainable homes and living temples. By blending biophilic design with the mathematic pulse of stone alignment, they seek not only aesthetic harmony, but an ecological balance long practiced by forgotten builders. In doing so, they honor a lineage of human creativity that transcends the narrow corridor of recorded history, inviting us to continue the work of those whose names we will never know. In the end, the quest to uncover those nameless masters is itself a pilgrimage towards something greater than artifacts or theories. It is an invitation to restore the bond between humanity and the cosmos, to carry forward the same wonder that compelled ancient hands to shape monoliths beneath open skies. As we walk among these silent giants, each shadowed corner and sunlit terrace, we may find that the true masterpiece is not the stone itself, but the shared impulse to reach beyond the visible, forging connection across time, space, and the fragile boundaries of our own becoming. In the hushed half-light of our collective memory, pyramids emerge as an enigma that transcends geography and time. At Egypt's Saqqara, the step pyramid of Djoser stands sentinel, announcing the dawn of monumental stone geometry, with no prior drafts or rudimentary trials to hint at its coming. Along the lofty desert horizon, it appears like a pre-shaped thought given substance, an idea birthed fully formed. Half a world away, upon the high plateau of Teotihuacan, the Pyramid of the Sun rises from the silent plain, its message as transformative and mysterious as Djoser's. One expects, as with any skill honed over generations, to uncover traces of simpler prototypes, small mounds that evolved gradually into grand edifices. Yet, in these sacred sites, we find no embryonic forms, no incremental sketches in earth or clay, only sublime expressions of architecture that appear almost instantaneously, as though coaxed from the ground by an ancient, unseen hand. The abruptness of such monumental creativity unsettles the historian's comfort, for it invites us to wander amidst questions that have no easy answers. How did ancient builders conceive of such precision in mass and measurement without the gradual accretion of knowledge? In Egypt, the first pyramidal form emerges in the Third Dynasty with an authority that belies any apprenticeship. In Mesoamerica, Teotihuacan's grand terraces bear no witness to smaller concerns. They are neither preceded nor followed by simpler structures that trace an evolutionary path. This conspicuous absence of intermediate designs amplifies the mystery, as though the very blueprint of pyramid building was bestowed wholesale upon disparate cultures. It is within this sliver of historical silence that the possibility of a universal archetype or ancestral memory whispers, suggesting that these societies may have tapped into a reservoir of knowledge far older than the stones they raised. Perhaps there was a primordial template, an ideal form embedded within the collective unconscious, waiting to awaken in the minds of those attuned to its frequency. Carl Jung spoke of archetypes residing in the deep psyche, images that surface across time and culture with uncanny consistency. The pyramid, with its stable base and ascending apex, could be one such archetypal vision, an outward manifestation of an inner cosmology. Alternatively, one may entertain the notion of a vanished precursor civilization, whose wisdom seeped into the bedrock of nascent cultures before erasing its own traces. If such a civilization existed, its death knell may have been struck by cataclysm or conquest, leaving behind only the skeleton of its genius in the geometric perfection that so captivated followers. Each stone, each angle, thus becomes a mute testament to a silent teacher, a whisper from a vanished age. In contemplating the sudden perfection of pyramid design, the cosmos itself beckons for explanation. Across continents, these structures exhibit alignments to stars and solstices, as if they were earthly maps of celestial configurations. The Great Pyramid of Giza aligns almost precisely with true north, evincing an understanding of astronomy that challenges our assumptions about prehistoric science. The constellations of Orion, revered as symbols of rebirth in Egyptian lore, may have guided the placement of chambers within. The builders of Teotihuacan, too, oriented their central avenue along the path of the sun on specific festival days, their city plan echoing constellations in stone. Might these cultures have replicated the heavens on earth, drawing from their silence and vastness to inspire a leap in architectural mastery? In this celestial mimicry, the designers circumvented the trial and error of construction and stepped directly into cosmic proportions. Such precise alignments suggest that the builders were not merely engineers, but astronomers and philosophers, weaving the tapestry of sky into the matter of earth. When we read in the Vedic texts that the fixed heavens descend into the fixed earth, we may glimpse a poetic justification for these grand constructions. The flight of a cosmic idea could have catalyzed a surge in geometric understanding, enabling civilizations to harness ratios and angles previously unimagined. Rather than evolving through successive iterations, the construction process may have been informed by an established mathematical and metaphysical framework, a sacred science that traversed oceans and deserts. This notion challenges the linear models of progress that dominate academic discourse, suggesting instead a network of possibility in which knowledge flows in sudden bursts, impelled by spiritual insight and celestial inspiration. Of course, the notion of knowledge appearing and disappearing in waves invites questions about how that knowledge was preserved or lost. Many pyramid sites show gaps in chronology, where advanced building techniques arise, wane, and then resurface centuries later. In Egypt, pyramid construction peaks and declines, leaving intervals that hint at forgotten chapters. In Mesoamerica, the Aztec temple pyramids stand atop older, buried structures, as though successive generations remembered a fragmented legacy and rebuilt it in their own image. These cyclical resurgences remind us that human memory is neither continuous nor uniform. It can flicker out under the weight of conquest, famine, or cataclysm, only to rekindle with fresh fervor at a later time. In the echoes of these intermittent explosions of creativity, we sense the breath of civilizations long silent, whispering through stonework. Yet the technical prowess required to carve, move, and set monumental blocks remains the most tangible testament to these ancient capabilities. How did workers quarry tens of thousands of limestone blocks, shape them with such precision, and transport them over vast distances, seemingly without advanced tools? Modern experiments demonstrate the difficulty of even half-sized tasks, revealing the ingenuity, and perhaps the hidden methods, of the ancients. Some scholars hypothesize the use of lost machines, wooden cranes, lever systems, and coils of hemp rope, the designs of which may have been recorded in perishable materials now vanished. Others propose that the blocks themselves were suspended or floated upon a body of water, utilizing hydrostatic principles lost to us. In every case, these theories underscore a technological paradox: the existence of highly complex solutions in a world presumed primitive. The acoustic properties of pyramidal interiors add another layer to this technological and spiritual conundrum. Within the king's chamber at Giza, the resonance of certain notes lingers with unsettling clarity, as though the walls speak in frequencies keyed to the human voice. In the subterranean galleries of Malta's temples and the megalithic platforms of Peru, researchers have discovered nodal points where sound amplifies, hinting at intentional design. Could these effects have been harnessed for ritual purposes, channeling vibration as a means of communication with the unseen? Stories from oral traditions speak of sacred chants performed within these chambers, believed to awaken dormant energies in both stone and soul. The marriage of geometry, acoustics, and ritual evokes an integrated science far beyond mere mortuary architecture, one that bridges the tangible and the transcendent. As we attempt to trace the lineage of these achievements, the names of individual architects often dissolve into myth. Imhotep, the revered polymath credited with designing Djoser's step pyramid, attained divine status in later Egyptian religion, blurring the line between man and God. In Mesoamerica, legends tell of stellar beings who bestowed construction techniques upon humankind, their likenesses carved into temple walls. The Dogon people of Mali offer tales of an amphibious race that taught them to orient their mound tombs toward Sirius. Were these traditions metaphorical, or do they allude to earthbound encounters with extraordinary visionaries? In every case, the guru architect emerges as a bridge between the known and the ineffable, transmitting wisdom that seems to appear fully developed, leaving behind a legacy of reverence and wonder. In the silence of our own era, we can almost hear the quiet assurance of sacred geometry at work, guiding each angle and proportion. The golden ratio and the circle, the square and the triangle, manifest in perfect harmony within the pyramid's form, as though drawn from a divine ledger. The ancients spoke of number as living essence. Meru, the mountain with 1,000 peaks, declared the Sanskrit verses, contains the keys to cosmic proportions. Drawing from empirical observation of the heavens, these builders may have attained an intuitive grasp of mathematics so profound that it felt like prophecy. When we gaze upon these structures, we sense not only the labor of masons, but the presence of an inner architect, a creative impulse that binds number, space, and spirit into a singular act of cosmic reverence. If we consider the pyramid as a mirror of the cosmos, as above, so below, then each monument becomes a threshold between worlds. The trapezoidal steps of Kokher in Cambodia might reflect the layered heavens of Hindu cosmology, while the smooth faces of Giza imitate the sun's radial rays. In constructing these edifices, ancient artisans wove a symbolic correspondence. Earth assembled into heaven, matter echoing the vault of stars. Such an act would require not only manual skill, but a metaphysical vision that transcends the physical plane. When night fell over the desert, the silhouette of the Great Pyramid against Orion's belt would have served as a dramatic reminder of mankind's place within the unfolding drama of creation. Beyond sight and sound, some researchers speculate that pyramids tapped into Earth's own energy lines, ley lines that crisscross the planet like hidden arteries. Geomancy, the ancient practice of reading and directing such energies, suggests that choosing a site was never arbitrary. From the heart of Bosnia's Visoko Valley to the grassy mound of Gunung Padang in Indonesia, the siting of pyramids often coincides with geological faults, aquifers, or magnetic anomalies. It is as though the builders understood the Earth's subtle cadences and anchored their structures to these invisible harmonies. Through this union of earth and stone, They forged living instruments capable of channeling currents beyond human perception. And yet, in the midst of this resonance, both material and spiritual, strikes the irony of tradition locked in stasis and innovation unfettered by history. The leap into pyramid building was so radical that it bordered on a rupture. Knowledge arrived not as a whisper, but as a proclamation. Thereafter, each culture that embraced the form wove local motifs into the basic template, yet the fundamental geometry remained unaltered across millennia. This paradox of sudden genius followed by conservative duplication leaves us pondering the delicate balance between inheritance and invention. The builders might have seen themselves as custodians of an eternal formula, replicating a divine prototype rather than seeking to reinvent it. Modern physicists and metaphysical thinkers alike have ventured into the realm of quantum parallels, suggesting that pyramidal structures could interact with particles or fields in ways we have yet to comprehend. Some propose that the apex of a pyramid focuses subtle energies, concentrating them as a lens focuses light. Others conjecture that the arrangement of internal chambers creates a quantum coherence effect, aligning vibrations at a scale beyond our instruments. While such ideas remain speculative, they remind us that the frontier between science and spirituality can be a fertile ground for new understanding. In the hush of these ancient stones, we sense the possibility that the laws governing the microcosm and macrocosm might have been glimpsed by our ancestors, offering lessons still awaiting rediscovery. To reimagine the story of these constructions is to confront shifting paradigms, chapters of history that may have been overlooked or suppressed. Archaeology often favors gradual progress and recognizable lineages, yet pyramid building demands we consider stories of sudden inspiration, of knowledge coalescing in leaps rather than steps. What if our textbooks have omitted entire pages, dismissing as anomaly the flashes of brilliance that do not fit neat evolutionary models? Embracing this perspective invites us to weave together oral traditions, mythic symbolism, and material evidence into a tapestry richer than any single approach can achieve. In doing so, we honor the multiplicity of ways in which humans have engaged with the mysteries of being. Among the lesser-charted threads of this story are the spiritual quests that may have accompanied architectural enterprise. Vision quests and meditation retreats, often conducted by ascetics or shamans, could have served as crucibles for the birth of geometric insight. In the cave shrines of the Maya, the flickering glow of torchlight would have illuminated glyphs that blended star lore with sacred numerology. In the seclusion of Himalayan monasteries, sacred texts describe meditative states wherein the practitioner beholds the cosmic diagram of Mount Meru, a vision that could translate into stone. These mystical practices, lost to the brashness of modernity, suggest that the act of building was as much a rite of inner transformation as a feat of engineering. And then there are the whispers carried by the stones themselves, faint vibrations of a language that transcends spoken word. Travelers in Giza sometimes report hearing faint echoes, as if the blocks themselves hum with buried memories. In southern Peru, local guides speak of a subtle hum near the Temple of the Sun at Machu Picchu, when the wind rises just so. Are these phenomena simply natural acoustics, or do they represent a residual imprint of ritual soundscapes long ago performed within these enclosures? If pyramids were conceived as resonant chambers, then the stones might indeed retain a memory of every chant, every invocation offered in their presence. In this view, The monuments become living archives, waiting for us to develop the ears and the hearts to listen. Throughout this global mosaic, we observe cultures weaving myths around their monumental ancestors. In the Indus Valley, enigmatic seals depict pyramid-like motifs accompanied by cosmic symbols. In the folklore of West Africa, earthen mounds rise from the riverside plains like sacred markers, guarded by tales of sky spirits. These narratives, separated by vast distances, nonetheless converge upon themes of descent from the stars, of divine gifts bestowed upon chosen builders. Such shared mythic threads hint at interactions both tangible and invisible, trade routes carrying not only spices but stories, migrations bearing not just people but ideas. These interactions illuminate the fluid boundaries of cultural identity, reminding us that innovation is rarely endemic, but often emerges at the confluence of diverse influences. Beyond the familiar names of Egypt and Mesoamerica, echoes of pyramid building appear in sites often relegated to history's margins. Bosnia's Visoko Valley hides hills shaped by human hands. On the far side of the globe, Gunung Padang rises in stepped terraces that defy conventional chronology. Legends speak of a great deluge that swept away older cultures, leaving survivors to reimagine forgotten architectures upon new horizons. Flood myths arise from every continent. Whether as cautionary tale or cosmic reset, they whisper of cataclysms erasing early archives of knowledge. Could it be that advanced traditions were once more widespread, only to vanish beneath rising waters or the erosion of time? And yet, as we wander through these silent monuments, we find ourselves at the threshold of perennial questions. What spark kindled pyramid building across disparate lands, each time in an almost perfect form? Might our ancestors have accessed a hidden archive of cosmic geometry? Or did they manifest independent revelations guided by star lore, spiritual practice, and collective memory? Perhaps the answer dwells in the delicate interplay of celestial observation, metaphysical vision, mythic inheritance, and human ingenuity. In this silent dialogue between stone and sky, the pyramids stand as invitations to rediscover ancient harmonies, to listen to their quiet song, and to awaken the dormant capacities within ourselves. A hush falls over time's corridors when we turn our gaze skyward, seeking companions in the velvet expanse above. Across continents and millennia, humanity has whispered of beings who descended from the stars, guides bearing gifts of wisdom, architects of destiny, custodians of cosmic secrets. These stories ripple beneath the stone faces of pyramids, echo in temple corridors, and resound in ceremonial dances beneath constellations. In the soft glow of starlight, myths of sky beings and star ancestors form a tapestry that binds our collective imagination, each thread woven from observation, reverence, and a longing for connection with realms unseen. In the land of the Nile, the ancient Egyptians looked upward through sunlit haze and ink-black nights to frame their gods among the constellations. Isis, Osiris, and Ra were more than distant deities. They were cosmic navigators who traversed the heavens before touching Earth. The pyramid texts, etched on tomb walls more than 4,000 years ago, speak of pharaohs ascending through luminous corridors to join their celestial forebears. The Great Pyramid itself stands as a monolith of intent, its passageways aligned with Orion's belt and the North Star, like arteries linking the living world to a wider cosmos. More than tombs, these structures were gateways, ladders of stone slanted toward the heavens, echoing the Egyptian concept of ma'at, cosmic order manifest in architecture. Gently shifting from sand to jungle, the story changes yet remains familiar. The Maya of Central America, astronomers, mathematicians, and storytellers, celebrated celestial phenomena in their stone cities. Tikal and Palenque lay in shadow of pyramids that mark solstices with uncanny precision. Here, legends speak of star elders who arrived aboard vessels of light, sharing calendars and sacred geometry. In the Popol Vuh, creator gods descended from sky realms to fashion humanity from maize dough, aligning mortal existence with cycles of Venus, the moon, and sacred conjunctions. Every stepped platform and carved glyph became a testament to knowledge imparted by visitors from the firmament, a reminder that connection to the stars guided the Maya through dance, ritual, and cosmic inquiry. Turning eastward, we glimpse the first scribes of civilization in Sumer's Fertile Crescent. The Anunnaki, divine ones, were said to emerge from the heavens to mine gold and mold early humankind. Their legends, preserved on clay tablets and in the Epic of Gilgamesh, describe gods who taught agriculture, law, and cosmic lore. Ziggurats rose like terraced mountains to bridge earth with sky, echoing the stepped silhouettes of distant pyramids. Each successive platform symbolized an ascent toward higher understanding, a path marked by teachings from star-born mentors. Through their interactions, the Sumerians became successors of cosmic wisdom, embedding celestial stories into brick and mortar. Farther south, in lands where Sanskrit hymns still drift on twilight breezes, Hindu epics recount Vimana, flying palaces borne upon invisible currents. The Mahabharata and Ramayana speak of ornate chariots traversing the skies, vessels crafted by gods who transcended earthly limits. Temple towers in Khajuraho and Konark, carved with figures clutching flying machines, echo these ancient verses. The alignment of sanctums with solstices, the geometry of shrines echoing sacred syllables suggest instruction drawn from advanced sky travelers. In those narratives, the divine imparted philosophy, science, and spiritual practice, forging temples that are both earthly abodes and reflections of celestial architecture. Across the Sahara, in the Dogon villages of Mali, an oral tradition recounts lessons delivered by the Nomos, amphibious emissaries from Sirius whose arc of light arced across the horizon. Before telescopes confirmed the existence of Sirius B, Dogon priests described its orbit and color in ritual cycles unbroken for centuries. Every 60 years, during the Sigi festival, they reenact the celestial birth and return of their cosmic teachers. Though no pyramids rise here, the Dogon preserve star maps carved on granaries and chant cosmologies handed down from starborn kin. Their story reminds us that architecture of myth can be built from memory and melody, as surely as from stone. In the America's heartlands, First Nations peoples spoke of star people, visitors with skin of light and voices bearing prophecy. The Lakota remember white buffalo calf woman descending among clouds to bestow rights. The Zuni speak of children brought from the twin-toed star system. The Hopi await the emergence of the blue star Kachina, herald of transformation. Petroglyphs etched upon canyon walls and painted on pottery mirror hieroglyphs found in far-flung pyramids, hinting at a shared language of symbols that traverse desert and delta alike. Through dance, dream, and ceremony, indigenous tribes honor bonds with cosmic ancestors who brought songs, medicines, and visions of a balanced world. Yet these luminous tales may be more than chronicles of external visitors. In their allegorical radiance, star ancestors speak to the inner cosmos within each seeker. They symbolize our thirst for knowledge, our yearning for guidance when the horizon blurs. Each descent and ascent in myth mirrors personal transformation. The god scholar who awakens dormant potential. The initiatory journey from ignorance to enlightenment. Whether literal or metaphorical, these narratives bind architecture to aspiration, stone to spirit. Pyramids and ziggurats stand as stone mandalas, inviting contemplation of both outer universe and internal terrain. In modern times, a new constellation of interpretation arises under the banner of ufology, where researchers re-examine ancient texts, architectural anomalies, and celestial alignments for traces of extraterrestrial contact. Satellite imagery reveals unexplained voids, ground-penetrating radar hints at hidden chambers, and archaeoastronomers map stellar patterns onto temple facades. Through this lens, myths of gods become potential eyewitness accounts, oral traditions transformed into encoded logs of interstellar visits. Such inquiries fuse the poetic heart of ancient storytelling with contemporary curiosity, inviting us to consider how advanced outsiders might have shaped human culture. Skepticism, too, has its place in this contemplative landscape. Anthropologists remind us that parallel myths can arise independently as universal responses to the same sky. Comets blazing across night, eclipses plunging Earth into twilight, the steady drift of planets along celestial highways. Human imagination weaves stars into stories, attributing divine agency to mortality's mysteries. Pyramids, then, become monuments not of alien contact but of collective wonder, shaped by the universal impulse to map meaning onto cosmic patterns. Acknowledging these alternate views does not diminish the myth's power. Rather, it deepens our respect for the human mind's creative leap facing mysteries beyond sight. Astronomy itself has etched patterns into myth formation. Early skywatchers tracked solstices, lunar cycles, and planetary retrogrades, encoding agricultural calendars and societal rites in stories of deities at play. Celestial events became living narratives: the dragon-eating sun during eclipses, the chariot-racing sun, god amid dawn's flush, Venus rising as harbinger of war or love. Temple alignments and pyramid axes turned Earth into observatories, each stone face a page in a cosmic chronicle. Through myth, communities calibrated planting, healing, and initiation, binding everyday life to celestial rhythms and fostering an abiding sense of unity with greater cycles. Embedded in these stories is the motif of descent and ascent, a symbolic arc of empowerment. Sky beings descend bearing gifts. Mortals ascend towards divine realms. This vertical dance reflects the hero's journey writ large, from ignorance to insight, from mundane constraint to luminous possibility. Pyramids, with their rising tiers, embody that journey in stone. The narrow corridors whisper of trial. The summit promises communion with stars. To trace these shapes is to walk a pilgrimage of the spirit, guided by the archetypes of celestial mentors who beckon across epochs. Rituals honor this sacred bond between earth and sky. In Egyptian temples, priests enacted hymns at dawn, aligning rites with solstitial light. Mayan shamans performed bloodletting ceremonies beneath full moons, reawakening kinship with cosmos. Hopi dancers clad in turquoise masks enact kachina ceremonies under starlit canopies, singing to renew harmony. These practices keep myths alive, embedding cosmic memory in heartbeat, breath, and shared song. Even without grand pyramids, ritual spaces become living altars, portals where the voice of the sky resonates within community halls, and open plazas. As technology advances, new mythologies emerge. Science fiction films and digital forums reinterpret star ancestor tales as interplanetary sagas, reimagining gods as travelers in spacecraft. Conspiracy theories pulse through the internet, weaving ancient astronauts into speculative narratives. Though born of modern anxieties and hopes, these stories continue the ancient impulse to connect earthbound lives with celestial mysteries. They remind us that myth-making is an ongoing process, an evolving dialogue between what we know and what we yearn to discover. Beneath every star myth lies a profound psychological imprint. They fulfill archetypal needs, the call to adventure, the promise of transcendence, the comfort of guidance from beyond. Myths craft communal identity, offering shared metaphors to navigate uncertainty. Whether seen as literal histories or symbolic maps, they anchor societies in a narrative that elevates existence beyond immediate horizons, endowing life with direction and wonder. To weave these star myths into a holistic tapestry, we must honor their cultural, spiritual, and psychological dimensions. They are repositories of ancestral insight and cautionary guidebooks for seekers. Recognizing them as vehicles of universal themes, creation, loss, renewal, allows respectful dialogue among diverse traditions. This pluralistic embrace fosters global kinship, for in these myths we find common longings: to understand origins, to heed unseen forces, to trace a path from Earth's dust back to the cosmic womb. Esoteric teachers have long revealed layered meanings within celestial myths. In occult and mystical lineages, star ancestors embody aspects of higher consciousness, archetypes of wisdom, will, and compassion. Their descent symbolizes the infusion of divine spark into human soul. Their teachings encode practices for inner alchemy. Pyramids, therefore, are not mere burial mounds, but initiatory temples, resonant with vibrational keys that unlock latent faculties of perception. At the heart of myth's power lies storytelling itself. Through tale and metaphor, seekers traverse invisible realms, guided by words woven in fireside circles and whispered in the hush of night. These narratives transcend language and time, binding generations in an unbroken chain of wonder. Whether recited by Mayan priests or posted on modern blogs, they kindle the imagination, reminding us that our greatest inheritance is the capacity to dream beyond the visible. Celestial myths have shaped divine architecture too, inspiring builders to echo cosmic principles in stone. Pyramids mirror stellar forms. Temple layouts reflect planetary paths. Sacred geometry becomes a language uniting architecture and astronomy, structure and story. Each temple facade or pyramid axis is a verse in a hymn that celebrates the interdependence of earth and sky, embodying humanity's aspiration to mirror celestial order in terrestrial design. Ultimately, myths of sky beings and star ancestors speak to our search for belonging. In they, we find reassurance that life is woven into a grander tapestry, that unseen hands guide evolution. By depicting cosmic kin who care for fledgling civilizations, these stories affirm our dignity and destiny. Through them, ancient and modern, we recognize that to be human is to seek connection, across continents, across time, across the gulf between Earth and stars. Star myths have profoundly shaped cultural identities, infusing art, ritual, and language with cosmic metaphor. In Egypt, the pharaoh's crown echoed a stellar radiance. In Maya cities, stelae captured solar cycles. In Hindu temples, ornate spires pointed toward planetary alignments. Across societies, these narratives underpin values of harmony, stewardship, and transcendence. To study them is to learn how civilizations configured their sense of self amid the vastness, forging resilient communities bound by celestial heritage. Cross-cultural parallels reveal that myths of sky beings are not isolated fancies, but reflections of shared human curiosity. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, from Mesopotamia to the Sahara, we encounter recurring motifs: divine descent, cosmic instruction, architectural homage. These resonances suggest an archetypal wellspring within human consciousness, a universal propensity to map stories onto sky-born wonders, and then manifest those stories in stone and ceremony. Conjoined with these myths are the pyramidal structures themselves, earthly embodiments of celestial tales. Each stepped face whispers of descent. Each rising tier beckons ascent. Alignments with solstices or stellar formations transform them into monumental scripts, encoding mythic narratives in geometry and orientation. As we explore these edifices, we uncover the interplay between myth and form, each enriching our understanding of the other. Despite deep study, many questions remain unanswered, persistent enigmas that lure us onward. What exact rituals accompanied hidden chambers? Which tools guided precise alignments? Were myths transcriptions of real events or poetic allegories? These lingering mysteries invite each generation to peer anew into the star-lit past, to blend science, spirituality, and imagination in pursuit of insight. Even now, the legacy of star myths flourishes, inspiring scientists, artists, and philosophers. Space missions rekindle ancient awe as telescopes reveal distant worlds. Fractal art revives sacred geometry. Comparative mysticism draws fresh parallels between Himalayan chants and Mayan glyphs. In every discipline, echoes of star ancestors spur inquiry into consciousness, cosmology, and the possible unity behind diversity. In the quiet hush before dawn, we return to the open sky and the monuments it inspired. We carry forward the whispered teachings of star-born guides and those who once shaped Earth's temples. In our hearts, the saga of sky beings and star ancestors remains alive, an invitation to contemplate unseen dimensions, to honor mysteries that elude full capture, and to partake in the eternal dance of discovery that pulses between Earth's soil and the boundless heavens. Softly beneath the weight of millennia, pyramidal monuments conceal realms that yearn for light. Each sealed doorway, each corridor barred by time and policy, murmurs of knowledge long withheld from human gaze. Across continents, from the sands of Egypt to the jungles of Central America, guardians stand sentinel, scholars, politicians, priests, and custodians, balancing reverence against discovery, preservation against revelation. In this quiet tension lies a tapestry of hidden stories, echoing footsteps that never reached their destination, the hush of drills that were silenced, and the restless dreams of those who imagined what might lie beyond. This narrative drifts through forbidden chambers, tracing the lines of rock and ritual, asking with a soft voice what treasures, truths, or transformations slumber in those unbroken seals. In Egypt, the pyramids have become eternal witnesses to human aspiration. Within their limestone walls, shafts disappear into darkness, leading some to believe in sanctuaries untouched by modern hands. In the Great Pyramid of Giza, shafts lead toward stars, or so some suggest, yet their ends remain sealed by stone or myth. Government edicts and archaeological caution have drawn lines. Respect for heritage must not be compromised, they say, even as whispers persist of hidden rooms brimming with scrolls or relics older than recorded dynasties. Here, the interplay of political will and cultural devotion weaves a veil over the unknown, leaving us suspended between faith in history's completeness and wonder at what is left unspoken. Far to the northwest, in Bosnia's rolling hills, controversy simmers over what some call the largest pyramid on Earth. At Visoko, proponents claim that layers of earth conceal angular stonework, a deliberate monument crafted by unknown hands. Skeptics insist it is a natural hill, yet political tides have swelled around the debate. Excavations began with fervor, only to stall under questions of methodology and scientific consensus. National pride became entangled with scholarly caution, producing a standoff that rendered the hill both a place of pilgrimage for seekers of ancient mastery and a battleground for academic validation. Even as machinery paused and permits lapsed, the possibility of tunnels woven with artifacts remains alive in the collective imagination. In the heart of Shanxi's plains, the silent mounds of China's imperial mausoleums rise like sleeping dragons beneath fields of wheat. The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, said to rest beneath acres of earth, is rumored to guard rivers of mercury and lacquered chariots. Yet careful hands and cautious policies maintain a respectful distance. The government cites preservation of fragile artifacts and deference to ancestors as justification. Airborne surveys have suggested anomalies under the soil, while geophysical probes sketch hidden chambers in wavering outlines. Still, no blade of earth has been lifted to reveal what lies beneath the ancient surface, as we imagine glinting jade, incense, and cantos sung for an emperor's afterlife. Journeying across the ocean to the Valley of Mexico, the Great Avenue of the Dead draws pilgrims toward the Pyramid of the Sun. Beneath its monumental bulk, tunnels extend in silent invitation. In recent decades, explorers have brushed aside dust to reveal passages that promise contact with offerings laid millennia ago. Yet funding ebbs and flows with political whims, and preservation concerns temper the eagerness of excavation. Even in the Pyramid of the Moon, its core shadows untouched chambers where ceramics and votive figurines could whisper forgotten rituals. Each probe into these depths feels like a soft chant, hopeful yet interrupted, as authorities weigh the risks of disturbance against the hunger for unveiling a sacred past. Across to the shores of Indonesia rises Gunung Padang, a terraced hill some believe to be a vast megalithic construct. Geophysical surveys hint at a labyrinth of hidden chambers beneath its earthen veneer, cores of stacked stones older than local folklore can explain. Yet bureaucratic caution and cultural guardianship shift slowly through corridors of power, restraining archaeologists with layers of permit requests and environmental impact studies. Supporters argue that this site could rewrite our understanding of ancient engineering, while opponents stress the need to honor local customs and fragile ecosystems. The result is a gentle standoff, a measured dance between revelation and restraint that leaves the hill's deepest secrets draped in uncertainty. Further south, nestled in the dense foliage of the Yucatan, the pyramids of the ancient Maya hide vaulted chambers and sealed crypts. Above some doorways, hieroglyphs signal the potential presence of sacrificial offerings or royal burial rites, yet only a handful of these inner sanctuaries have yielded their contents. LiDAR surveys have peeled back layers of jungle canopy, mapping voids and corridors that still await careful entry. As researchers debate whether to breach these sealed portals, They balance the promise of discovery against the ethics of disturbing ancestral tombs. This tension between the lure of gold and the solemnity of sacred ground echoes across valleys where iguanas now bask in sunlit clearings once walked by priest kings. Beyond any single site, the question of when to dig deeper weaves through halls of government and international forums. Political unrest can grind fieldwork to a halt, while national pride presses for swift claims of historical grandeur. At the same time, UNESCO and local communities advocate for protective measures that sometimes supersede scholarly inquiry. The voices of indigenous peoples remind us that these stones are not mere relics, but living symbols of identity and spirituality. This collective push and pull shapes the global narrative of pyramids. It influences whether a probe will sound or remain silent, whether a satellite map will transform into a shovel in the earth. In the hush of laboratories and control rooms, a new generation of tools is redefining access to forbidden realms. Ground-penetrating radar sends whispers into the earth, returning images of voids that hint at hidden rooms. 3D laser scanning and satellite imagery reveal subtle geometric anomalies on surfaces worn by wind and rain. These non-intrusive methods respect the layers of time that rest on each site while offering a glimpse of what lies below. Yet even these modern marvels cannot break through the political and cultural barriers erected around many pyramids. They offer vivid promise that one day these silent chambers might speak, but for now they remain a distant echo, heralding possibility without concession. There is an undeniable allure to what remains unseen. The forbidden chambers, sealed for centuries, intrigue not only archaeologists, but seekers of hidden wisdom. In the absence of direct experience, the mind weaves legends of arcane rituals, portals to other worlds, or repositories of forgotten technologies. This esoteric appeal transforms cold stone corridors into passages of the soul, as though each barrier were placed by ancient initiates to protect a cosmic truth. It is here, in the space between speculation and evidence, that the hearts of mystics beat faster, sensing in those dark voids the promise of transcendence or revelation. Stories of treasure buried within sealed rooms swirl like drifting dust motes in torchlight. Yet along with fortune come warnings of curses, misfortune scribed in the margins of travelogues and local lore. Tales tell of excavators who fell ill or encountered inexplicable accidents, of priceless artifacts that broke upon exposure to daylight. These narratives dwell at the edge of history and myth, a cautionary counterpoint that suggests some knowledge carries a price. Even as modern skepticism discounts curses, the emotional resonance of these tragedies tempers the zeal for excavation, reminding us that the call of gold echoes with both temptation and trepidation. In the delicate choreography of archaeological exploration, guardians hold the keys to what may be revealed. They emerge as custodians of culture, whether as government officials, local elders, or international bodies entrusted with heritage. To them, every sandstone block is a memory, every sealed chamber a ceremonial space not to be disturbed lightly. They guard against exploitation, ensuring that any excavation honors both scientific rigor and cultural tradition. Yet, at times, they are perceived as obstacles, gatekeepers who restrict the curious or the ambitious. In truth, their stewardship is built on a reverence for the dead and a responsibility to the living, preserving the continuum between past, present, and future. History itself has often favored certain voices over others, elevating dominant narratives while silencing marginal ones. When a revelation challenges established timelines or authoritative interpretations, It can be quietly shelved or publicly disputed. Excavations that hint at human activity far predating accepted chronologies sometimes vanish into academic footnotes or provoke heated debates that overshadow the evidence. Indigenous testimonies and local legends, so long relegated to the realm of folklore, begin to reclaim their place when researchers approach them with open minds. Yet the shadows of bias linger, reminding us that even the act of remembering is colored by power and perspective. For many cultures, pyramidal structures are not inert monuments, but living gateways between earth and sky. They embody cosmologies in stone, reflections of celestial cycles carved in alignment with sun and star. Their sealed chambers can be seen as sanctuaries for the spirit, repositories of ritual knowledge too potent for everyday life. To pry open these sanctums without understanding their spiritual context would be akin to interrupting a prayer mid-chord. Recognizing the sacred dimension of pyramids reframes our approach. Respect becomes a guiding principle, and the tension between discovery and devotion reveals the deeper purpose of these majestic forms. Across time and space, myths weave narratives to the silent stones. Ancient epics speak of gods descending on slopes of perfect angles. Cosmological texts describe temples as axis mundi, uniting heaven and earth. In these allegories lie maps to interpret the sealed chambers. They offer keys to symbolic exploration, inviting seekers to venture inward through the corridors of the mind. By reading these myths as guides, we approach the pyramids not just as archaeological sites, but as living texts, each stone a letter, each chamber a verse in humanity's song. True exploration demands a delicate balance, the precision of scientific method aligned with the humility of cultural reverence. When archaeologists partner with local communities, combining modern technologies with ancestral knowledge, the possibilities expand. Ritual protocols can guide careful sampling. Oral traditions can suggest areas of significance. In this synergy, excavation morphs from conquest into collaboration. As probes yield data, elders share stories, weaving a richer tapestry that honors both empirical evidence and spiritual continuity. This integrative path promises revelations tempered by compassion, allowing the hidden chambers to speak their truths on their own terms. Each advance in uncovering a chamber holds implications that ripple across the world. A single discovery can shift national narratives, reshape museum exhibits, or ignite fresh debates about human origins. As teams don headlamps and lower cameras into narrow shafts, they carry both scientific curiosity and the weight of cultural identity. The artifacts they might find, ceremonial vessels, ritual inscriptions, everyday tools, could connect us unexpectedly to our ancestors, dissolving the boundaries between ancient and modern. In this way, pyramidal secrets become shared heritage, with each new chamber opening a chapter in the collective story of humanity. In the hush before a sealed door is breached, the realms of spirit and science converge. Calculations of structural integrity stand beside chants offered to appease ancestral guardians. Laser scans and magnetometers measure reflections and distortions as incense smoke drifts in prayer. In these moments, research is not solely a rational pursuit, but a dialogue between the tangible and the transcendent. The questions posed by archaeologists about construction, purpose, chronology resonate with metaphysical queries concerning the nature of time, memory, and meaning. This interplay invites us to see the pyramids as bridges, uniting empirical investigation with the yearning for cosmic understanding. Every excavation decision carries a paradox. To reveal is to alter. To know is to lose some element of mystery. As Earth is lifted and shadows recede, the sense of wonder can give way to cataloged data and museum labels. Conversely, leaving chambers untouched preserves the tension of the unknown, allowing imagination to roam freely. Some scholars argue that certain secrets might be eternal, meant to echo unanswered in the human heart. Balancing the impulse to uncover with the wisdom to preserve becomes a central dilemma, guiding each step taken toward those sealed doors. Standing before a pyramid at dawn or dusk, one perceives not only the imprint of ancient lives, but echoes of what humanity may yet become. The hidden chambers are time capsules and signposts, urging us to reflect on sustainable design, communal effort, and the intertwining of the material and the spiritual. The technologies and rituals they harbor, once revealed, might inspire new approaches to living in harmony with nature. Thus, these silent rooms speak both of a remote past and an unfolding future, in which the lessons carved in stone guide our own aspirations toward unity and balance. In the space where scholarly proof cannot reach, speculation spreads wings. Theories of cosmic alignments, of resonance chambers that amplify human intention, or of lost progenitor cultures find fertile ground in the sealed recesses of pyramids. Some envision advanced ancient technologies that harnessed Earth's energies. Others see star visitors whispering mathematical secrets to the architects. While mainstream historians may scoff, these imaginative perspectives stretch the boundaries of possibility, reminding us that every solid wall once began as a concept in a human mind. Embracing such creativity nurtures a fuller dialogue, one that acknowledges the wide expanse of curiosity driving us toward those unopened chambers. To breach a sealed pyramid chamber can feel like opening Pandora's box, an act of daring that promises both illumination and unforeseen consequences. What we discover might overturn established chronologies, expose sacred rituals to the glare of public scrutiny, or challenge cultural narratives nurtured for centuries. Yet it may unveil insights that heal divisions, unite dispersed traditions, or spark awe in a world numbed by information overload. The decision to open or not to open requires courage tempered by respect, a willingness to bear whatever unfolds and to listen for truths that might transform as much as they inform. Beneath each keystone lies a tale of human spirit, of explorers who navigate uncertainty, guided by curiosity and respect for their mission. Instruments in hand, they descend into narrow shafts, attuned to the slightest echo of wind or footstep. Each heartbeat resonates with the knowledge that a wrong move could collapse corridors older than memory. In this interplay of fascination and fear, the journey becomes as significant as any find. It reminds us that discovery is not a moment but a voyage, winding through chambers of stone and sentiment, where every question invites humility and every answer sparks new wonder. As the prospect of unlocking sealed chambers grows more tangible with each technological advance and collaboration, we edge closer to revelations reshaping our shared origin story. They might hold inscriptions in forgotten scripts, star charts redrawing celestial lore, or objects that blur the line between art and ritual science. They stand as reminders that the pyramids are not relics frozen in time, but living inquiries into who we are and why we reach skyward in stone. In seeking their contents, we partake in a journey transcending geography, era, and culture, joining hands with ancestors in a quest for understanding. And so we remain at the threshold, gazing into sealed darkness with reverence and resolve. The pursuit of pyramid secrets mirrors our own search for meaning, an odyssey carried forward by dreamers and scientists. Each chamber that yields its treasures will leave a mark on our perception of humanity's collective saga. Yet even as the last seal yields, ultimate truth may always lie just beyond reach, beckoning us deeper into the labyrinth of understanding. In this delicate dance of preservation and exploration, we discover not only the mysteries of stone, but the capacity of the human spirit to seek, to awe, and to honor the unknown. As night's velvet curtain settles over our thoughts, we stand once more before the silent giants of stone. Those vast, tapering shapes built by hands long turned to dust. We have walked across continents in spirit, tracing the sharp silhouettes of Giza, Teotihuacan, Xi'an, Corral, and so many more. And now, in this final hour, we ask, do these peaks of human labor speak through a single ancestral voice, or are they born of a deeper instinct shared by every soul who gazes skyward? In their geometry and alignment, in the precision of their angles and the weight of their shadows, we sense an unopened story, one that stretches beyond dynasties and languages, inviting us to consider paths uncharted by scholars. Shall we follow the trail of a lost civilization whose wisdom suffused these forms like a hidden current? Or must we instead honor a universal yearning echoing through our collective DNA? Softly, let us unravel this final thread and discern whether the pyramid code is a legacy bequeathed from a progenitor culture or a whisper from the human spirit itself. Across ridge and river, mountain and plain, the pyramids rise as nodes in an unspoken network of antiquity. In the hazy dawn, we imagine ancient caravans and reed barges ferrying blueprints and sacred lore, a fragile lattice of ideas reaching from the Nile's fertile banks to the jagged highlands of the Andes. Was there once a vast information highway linking priests, scribes, and astronomers at distant temples, transferring knowledge of stone-cutting and spiritual cosmology? Or do these forms simply mirror the same existential impulse, the urge to sculpt our longing into earthly matter, to place stepping stones between ourselves and the divine expanse above? Whispered echoes of common myths, sky serpents, star beings, world mountains, float across these lands like migrating birds, revealing affinities that defy maps and monarchs. In their silent testimony, the pyramids invite us to imagine lines of influence, both seen and unseen, carving a tapestry of human ambition across every latitude. Yet beneath the call of connectivity, a darker possibility stirs. That these monuments were the work of a civilization older still, a vanished people whose name has been erased by time's indifferent hand. Atlantis, Lemuria, or some unrecorded empire may have left behind blueprints etched into rock, passing their secrets to emerging cultures on the fringes. Such a progenitor could have harnessed geometric laws, cosmic cycles, and vibrational forces, embedding them in monumental stone, with the hope that future generations might rediscover this sacred science. The suggestion sows uneasy wonder. Could a single, far-flung culture have seeded pyramids across the world, like kernels of knowledge scattered by a cosmic wind? If so, each stepped terrace and each perfect angle would be a coded relic, waiting to be decoded by minds attuned to rhythms older than memory. As we lift our gaze to the night sky, the stars appear as silent witnesses, linking pyramids through invisible beams of light. Constellations such as Orion, the Pleiades, and the Great Bear were charted again and again, their forms inscribed across celestial mappamundi and megalithic meridians. In Egypt, 3 mighty pyramids align like Orion's belt. In Mesoamerica, temples trace the Milky Way's luminous band. In China and beyond, burial mounds orient to cardinal truths. These alignments speak of ancient observatories built for more than seasonal tracking. They seem designed for communion with the cosmos, to echo heavenly movements in earthly stone. Through this cosmic song, humanity's disparate voices become a single chorus, reminding us that the heavens know no borders. Closer to Earth, the lines of geometry carved into these monuments broadcast a quiet language of numbers. The golden ratio infuses walls with a sense of balance. Pi is found in the ratio of base to height. Square roots map out the pathway from circle to square. Were these calculations expressions of divine proportion, keys to opening metaphysical doors, or practical tools guiding construction in harmony with natural forces? Whether language or instruction, the mathematics embedded in stone could be a script we have only begun to decipher. Each measurement, each carefully chosen angle, whispers that ancient philosophers saw the world as an ordered whole, a living tapestry woven by numerical threads. Beneath the stone's silent heft, some seekers believe there lies an even subtler force, vibrational energy tuned by the pyramid's shape. Within the chambers of Giza and temples in Malta, sound carries in uncanny ways, creating standing waves and resonances that seem almost alive. Could the ancients have discovered how to amplify cosmic currents, channeling them through ether and earth alike? Perhaps these structures were temples of resonance, places where priests tapped into the planet's heartbeat, unlocking states of altered consciousness, healing maladies, or simply aligning with rhythms beyond sight. If so, the pyramid becomes not only a tomb or a monument, but a living conductor, each stone a note in an ancient symphony of existence. Walk among these edifices, and you feel a shared symbolism of ascent and transformation. Societies across the globe saw pyramids as mountains made by mortals, cosmic mounds bridging earth and sky, stairways for God's descent or mortals' elevation. Their steps become rites of passage, each terrace a world to be traversed. In hieroglyphs, glyphs, and glyph-like carvings, we glimpse myths of creation, of celestial ancestors descending to impart knowledge at these hallowed sites. In every culture, the pyramid stands as a universal symbol of birth and rebirth, of the soul's climb toward light, of life's unfolding like petals on a cosmic flower. Many such places remain living shrines, drawing pilgrims even now. Teotihuacan's Avenue of the Dead throngs with seekers during solstices. The Giza Plateau still hums with ritual energy under moonlit reverence. In Cambodia, Angkor's sandstone pyramids echo with chants at dawn. In the highlands of Peru, stone platforms host ceremonies honoring Pachamama. Here, the ancient and the modern commune in ritual observance, reminding us that these stones, though silent, resonate through millennia in the prayers and offerings of the faithful. For some, the pyramid's true purpose lay in ritual itself. Chambers and corridors may have served as cosmic calendars or spiritual laboratories where priests measured time, tracked celestial cycles, and performed rites to align mortal life with heavenly order. These spaces may have housed sacred objects, crystalline spheres, metallic relics, incense burners, amplifying the unseen energies that pulsed through corridors like veins. The rituals performed here, shrouded from history's light, paint a portrait of spiritual practice so entwined with architecture that stone and ceremony become indistinguishable. Yet the pyramids also guard secrets of another kind, repositories of lost wisdom. Their walls have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the rituals of dynasties, the silent passage of ages. In chambers sealed for millennia, inscriptions and artifacts sometimes remain untouched, like pages in a cosmic library waiting for patient hands to turn them. When explorers probe beneath the surface, they often face official resistance. Tales of suppressed tombs, censored findings, warnings delivered in diplomatic whispers. These withheld discoveries tease the imagination with hints of unorthodox histories, of technologies or philosophies that could reshape our understanding of the past. In every stone, we see the mark of countless hands, artisans, laborers, architects united in purpose. Their names are lost, yet their achievement gleams through the centuries as a testament to collective will. The construction of a pyramid demanded social complexities we can barely fathom: logistical mastery, administrative skill, spiritual coordination, artistic vision, and communal devotion. These monuments embody a society's capacity to unite diverse talents into a single expression of belief and aspiration. Each block laid was an act of communal faith, a pledge that knowledge could be preserved through stone against time's relentless erosion. And perhaps this is the simplest yet most profound truth, that building is a fundamental act of being. In shaping rock, we shape ourselves. Across all cultures, the urge to leave a permanent sign, to carve identity into the land, echoes louder than any written chronicle. The pyramid becomes a memory in 3 dimensions, a pledge etched in stone that we were here, that we sought to reach beyond our earthly bonds, that we longed to touch the infinite. From myth to mentality, these forms reflect a deeper psychology of creation. They arise from the human desire for harmony, unity, and transcendence. Stone and spirit merge in their silent geometry, each side holding the promise of balance between inner and outer worlds. When we contemplate these majestic shapes, we confront our own impulses toward order, our need for meaningful form in an often chaotic reality. Yet some mysteries remain shrouded in censorship. Whispers persist of reports buried in archives, of radar scans hidden from public view, of government agencies quietly redirecting probes. For every unsealed chamber, there may be 10 that remain cloaked in diplomatic red tape. Enthusiasts and independent researchers speak of academic gates tightly sealed, of findings labeled inconclusive despite tantalizing hints of unknown rituals or unexpected relics. In these shadows, the allure of suppressed knowledge fuels our curiosity, reminding us that history is never finished, that every accepted narrative holds the seeds of its own undoing. Perhaps the greatest paradox lies in the technologies behind these forms. How did societies armed only with rudimentary tools fashion stones weighing tons with millimetric precision? Did they employ lost machines, ramps of ice, water-lubricated tracks, or vibrating devices we have yet to imagine? Or did they invoke forces we dismiss as supernatural to guide their labor? Every fresh experiment in experimental archaeology reveals ingenuity and possibility, yet questions linger beyond any conventional explanation, as if ancient builders accessed methodologies now buried beneath the weight of lost centuries. These silent pyramids also speak of power, the interplay of political authority and spiritual aspiration. Rulers claimed divine patronage as they directed thousands to quarry, haul, and carve. By linking their names to these monuments, they bound themselves to enduring cosmic patterns, anchoring their reigns in both earthly governance and celestial order. The stones testify not only to religious devotion, but to carefully negotiated hierarchies, where craftsmen, priests, governors, and conscripts each played their appointed role in a grand cosmic drama. Beneath every colossal block lies the story of nameless collaborators. These were men and women whose skill, sweat, and song united in silent discipline, whose lives were entwined with the rise of these monoliths. In honoring their contributions, we honor the true heart of these places, human creativity in its communal expression, a living chorus of voices joined across time in pursuit of a shared vision. As archaeology marches onward, new instruments extend our senses into hidden chambers and buried corridors, ground-penetrating radar mapping cross-sections of Earth, LiDAR unveiling forgotten hill-sculpted pyramids, drones whispering overhead to reveal patterns invisible from the ground. Each advance offers the promise of deeper understanding and the thrill of rediscovery, reminding us that the past is an open book whose pages we are only beginning to read. These pyramids have shaped cultures far beyond their builders' lifetimes. Their forms echo in contemporary art, architecture, and even digital design, forging a bridge between ancient impulses and modern creativity. In their timeless elegance, they become metaphors for human ambition and spirituality, pointing successive generations back to foundational questions of origin, purpose, and destiny. Standing before these silent forms, we feel reverence rise within us. They bridge the gap between matter and meaning, between flesh and spirit, evoking wonder that transcends the limits of empirical proof. In their cool shadows, minds quiet, hearts expand, and we are drawn into a conversation older than our own stories. Across speaking stones and solitary chambers, interpretations bloom like desert flowers in unexpected places. Mayan glyphs, Hindu stanzas, Nubian stelae, Chinese oracle bones. Each culture has read its own meaning into the pyramid's face. In weaving these myriad threads, we see a tapestry of human thought that blends science and mysticism, art and ritual, inviting us to consider truths beyond the cleft of opposing camps. As we peer ahead with instruments and imagination, the frontiers of pyramid research beckon with tantalizing promise. New techniques unfurl possibilities of unseen corridors, hidden artifacts, and cosmic alignments waiting to be charted. Each discovery shifts our view of origins, reminding us that the horizon of history ever expands before us. In the end, the Pyramid Code beckons us toward harmony in diversity. These structures carry messages of unity through multiplicity, like chords struck on a cosmic harp whose strings run through every civilization. They stand as sentinels of shared aspiration, inviting each generation to rediscover the ancient longing to connect, to create, and to ascend. Now, as we draw this chapter to a close, we honor the enduring enigma these monuments represent. Their perfect forms and hidden chambers remain challenges to our understanding, gateways to mysteries that outlast dynasties and dust. Whether built by a vanished master culture or by an innate human compulsion to mirror the heavens, the pyramids endure as universal icons, icons that ask us not only to look back, but to look within. May our journey among these stones continue beyond words and hours, guiding us toward horizons of insight yet unseen.